Hello, hello. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm fine. I don't have my lights on. Do I care? I don't know. I guess I'll turn them on. Distancing. That's better. All right. So I'm looking at this ivy asset for growing ivy or creating runtime ivy. After perform the setup of the ivy source ivy generators and grid variables as described in the above section, press the create runtime ivy grid. It creates the runtime ivy generators and assigns them to the ivy objects manager runtime generators list for control of the ivy generation during gameplay. Use single branch mesh to enable the creation of single mesh for the ivy's branches of each ivy editor. Then use the default stroke branch mesh creation. This mode is faster than creating the individual meshes per stroke and batching them. LOD'd by disabled ivy on a user selected. During playtime, ivy can be LOD'd by disable the ivy on a user selected distance from player. The ivy can be saved per batch group by enabling the play mode and then grab the batch models and save the as FBX with the included exporter. First must enter play mode, then erase all the individual messages inside the ivy generator to leave only the batched overall models. So this is what the problem I had with this one is. So here it's really cool. Like I can spawn ivy and it grows dynamically. It looks great, but I'm at 2.2 million triangles right now. So I was like, there's got to be a way to batch this. And there's also that issue. Sometimes it just doesn't show up until you move closer. But I think that's the LOD stuff then. But it's cool ivy. It would look amazing, but I got to figure out how to reduce the triangles and the cost of this. And also, so I can actually do this at runtime. So I could have a bad guy who, as he moves around, like he causes vegetation to grow or something. There's like a, I don't know what you would call it, but a modification for like a monster that makes them grow vegetation. It's really cool. It is. Am I gonna use it? It would give me really awesome ivy. Yeah, that's the LOD, I think. Yeah. So it can LOD, which is good. Because say we go, now I'm at 5 million, now I'm at 300,000. So the fact that it has LOD is good. If I don't use a ton of it next to each other, so if I use this sparingly and have the LODs set, then this wouldn't be that expensive. But right now, just for this little bit, it's 5.1 million. But I'm probably not using the tool exactly right. So that's why I'm reading the documentation. I'm a big fan of it so far. It looks really good. So these batched models, I want to be able to batch them. Oh, paint mode. Where is the script? The manager script. Let's restart. Oh, interesting. The ivy's still in the editor. That's weird. weirdness. So grow ivy on spline prefab, ivy editor, procedural ivy short, procedural ivy long. Oh, these must be the splines. So if I drag this guy in, grow on spline. Well, I don't know, like, it looks good. Ish. It's a fast, awesome way to do Ivy. If I can export it out and then optimize it. Oh shit. That took a minute. And there's some texture shit wrong there. That looks cool though. I could use this for like power lines, and the ivy would grow like on a curved power line, but I don't like the pink. That took a really long time also to generate, so I don't think I'm going to do any or ivy editor. Yeah, there's no ivy editor in that scene, so that's interesting. Create ivy, ivy painter, ungrow ivy, regrow ivy, source generators, runtime, ivy generators, max ivies per holder, use single branch mesh. All right, so let's restart this scene. So oh, URP ivy editor. There it is. Oh, no wonder I was. So let's hit play. Using the Ivy Objects Manager. Add editable Ivy in editor. Paint mode, erase mode. Oops. Paint mode. Okay, paint mode is for. Maybe I can't be in play mode for this. Okay. Then enable the paint checkbox after painting the ivy, which is not painting. So wait, okay. To start, in order to create a group of Ivy generator scripts that each will be assigned a part of the terrain, this will be optimized. So it's suggested use a grid, then a single manager. So press create Ivy. Ivy holder. Okay. Ah, there we go. Ah, too much, too much. How do you erase? So far, mixed results. The ivy looks pretty good too, but again, I ungrow ivy, regrow ivy, single mesh. So we're at almost 1 million tries right there. 169,000. We're back to 1 million. So delete these guys. Oh, let's see here. I don't know. Like if I, again, the number of triangles created for the ivy again is kind of concerning, but you know, whatever. So we go to ivy editor. We're going to create the ivy grid. A bunch of errors right there. You're pushing more GUI clips than you are popping. Make sure they are balanced. Weird. About this editor. Oof. Yeah, I don't know about this. Seems like you got some issues. Again, I may be using it wrong, but that's not good. All right, we're done messing with it. I'll come back to it maybe. I'm probably doing something wrong here. Let's see if I get the same errors. It's weird. It's doing that thing. Yeah. I will circle back to this. I will play with it in an isolated project, but I don't want to keep this for now. I'll do my own ivy work for now. We got ivy at home. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I forgot. Should have changed scenes. I don't know why X is showing so many viewers. It's nuts. Like it shows 15 people are viewing it right now. But yeah, I just don't see it. It's the numbers jumped out of nowhere. I think something's wrong with the whatever it is, their API for viewer count or something. I just don't like. Last night I had like constant 40 people watching me on X, but I don't think that was true. I'm not that popular. All right. So I want to I want to be able to create a Steam page soon. So I need to polish the bits I need to create the trailer. I need to create some environments that I'm really proud of. So trying to think. Do I want to bring in the city generator? because that's, I think, ultimately what I'm going to use. But that's might be a big lift to get that to not look like hot dog water. When I could create a couple handmade levels. Pretty happy with my action system the way it is right now. I do have this really cool asset that is like an action asset for let me show you it. It has a lot of the bells and whistles and stuff that I'm gonna eventually add. It's got all these actions that I'm gonna eventually do, and they're already in here. And it's cool because it's a state. Each action has states, and you can wire up to each part. It's the editor for the actions too. Like this would make actions even less scripting and more GUI driven. I mean, this covers everything that I'm going to eventually do. So I need to lean into this and implement it, because there's just so much here that it's pretty much covering what I'm going to do. I don't know. This is by far the framework for everyday user. I highly recommend ABC Toolkit to an average Joe who wants to create high quality games. The toolkit is potential to revitalize Unity gaming industry. Wow. With ABC Core no-brainer interfaces, add-ons, I was able to create a fully functional action-packed melee shooter caster concept on my device in less than an hour. What's up, Lucan16? How's it going, man? How is your day? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import it into this empty project and play with it a little bit. Because this, I mean, my action system is good. It covers a lot of bases. It's very fleshed out. But this one is a kind of more polished action product, and it covers a lot of stuff that I'm going to be doing. And it makes it more designer friendly for actions. So let's play with a little bit here to see what we can get out of it. I'll show you. So I'm working on my video game. I'll show you a little demo, Lucan. Sorry, I gotta grab my water. One sec. So this project is using a new input system. Yes. This screenshot right here is kind of gives you a rundown of what my game's going to be about. It's Calamity, an ancient vampire returned to the world, causing the calamity and ended the world. And he uses his minions. You have a bunker that you're trying to keep running, supplied and going, and then you're trying to push out and get stuff in the world. It's kind of a roguelite, survival kind of experience, but it's turn-based. Where is it at here? So the zombies are kind of like your general thing. The werewolves are extremely dangerous, and they can, again, they aren't always around, but when they do show up, it's serious stuff. You can eventually kind of manage them, but they're always going to be a pain in the ass. Then the vampire, if he ever shows up, it's like Mr. X or whatever. He's just always overpowered, and it's like dangerous as hell. And he's hard to deal with constantly. So you want to keep away from him as much as you can. But what I've been working on recently is these duo attacks. Oh crap, I forgot I gotta force him. Hold on. Enemy units. So force him to play the 10th one. Now this is the werewolf duo attack right here. So the werewolf is, I've been programming and working on his animations and attacks and stuff. So he's looking really good lately. I gotta fix this animation still, don't I? Yep, that's right. I'll show you the the bunker base. If you're still there. All right. Oh man, I just thought of something. I'm gonna note this real quick. Hold on. No. Cancel action camera if you press space during. If you press any key, maybe during an action camera, you can cancel it and restore time scale and etc. to skip an action camera. Make them not, so whenever you do, it does do an action camera where it gets in close to slow-mo and kind of does that cool combat stuff. You can cancel out of it. If you've seen it a million times, you know, why would you want to see it, you know, another time? So here's the bunker base. This is like your war table where you're going to interact with the world. All this is going to look way different. These are stand-in art right now. So here's like, you can go to this randomized location and loot. You can go to this randomized location and loot. There'll be hand-built levels too that are on cooldowns after you loot them, use them in each area. But your bunker's gonna be back here. And you're trying to build out and capture and like defend as you go back. And the vampire's sending werewolves and zombies and stuff to break down your defenses and allow him to get closer to you. So it's always a struggle to keep the vampire at bay while also keeping enough area to where you can get resources for the bunker and keep, you know, that running. So if you run out, there's multiple ways you can kind of lose that way. If you just can't supply or get stuff you need for the bunker. So here's the agricultural area or the hydroponics where you grow stuff in your bunker. Here's IT, communication, and specialty. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I am going to make a video of this real quick because I explain this so much. So let's do that. Give me just a sec. So I'm gonna hit start record. Oh, I don't think I want the music on for this. The music is not ready yet. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to record a little snippet. So if people in the future, I can just show them this video instead of giving the rundown and keep working. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. So this is kind of the gameplay loop. This is your bunker. All these freedom models and stuff are working or in place anime stuff that'll be changed eventually, but here's your bunker, and here's like your home base you come to between extraction or looting and going out in the world. The way you get out into the world is through the war table here. Again, this will look way different in its final form, but the war table, you can pick randomized locations from grids that you've gotten to, and you can get loot these randomized levels, and then there'll be one level in each grid is my goal that'll be handmade, and after you loot it'll be on a cooldown timer, but you can run these and loot and return to the bunker as much as you want, and eventually you can clear and secure these tiles. And back here is going to be where, so an ancient vampire came to the world and destroy or cause a calamity in the world. He has his minions that he sends out, and they're trying to break down and get to your bunker. So you're got to build out and defend, and they'll constantly try to push you back and get to your bunker. So that's kind of the war table and the world, how you navigate through it. Here's the hydroponics and agricultural area where you're going to grow your plants and all that good stuff. You also have a server, IT kind of communications, intelligence room. You'll eventually get, you have your vehicle bay. You start out on foot and you got to travel on foot, and then you can only bring back what's in your backpack. Eventually you'll get vehicles, and you'll be able to mod them, repair them, fuel them up, whatever. And now you can dump your inventory into your backpack after you've looted an area and go loot again. So you can go out and loot multiple times and then come back to the base with supplies. Those would be like crafting area. Down here is hydroponics or water storage and purification. I got the transition broken right now on that. So this is kind of your bunker. This is really early in the process, and it'll look way different, but that's your bunker you come to and you're trying to keep going. And then you have your, once you're out in the world, it's going to be like this. I'm trying to get through it faster so the video is shorter. So here's a level in the game world. Let me hopefully I got everything still. So outside of combat, you're going to move around a lot more freely. There's actually cameras, different cameras you can do. I don't know why I'm lagging all of a sudden. Unity, of course, you got to do this when I'm shooting a video. It's probably because I'm streaming and recording. But you will walk through the environment more freely outside of combat. Once you get in combat, it's going to be a turn-based experience. You're just trying to survive. And again, you're going to run into all kinds of different enemies like the vampire, the werewolves, the zombies, and they're going to be mutations. So the longer you're alive, they will evolve and get modifiers like, poison, smoke, shocking. They'll mutate and just have different, get more and more dangerous as the longer you survive. Really wish that wouldn't have lagged right there. All right, I'm going to stop it now. I'm going to record another one. I'm not streaming. I don't want to do it with the fucking lag. I might need to just reopen Unity too. It's been a while. Plus I got multiple Unities open. All right, so what's the biggest bang for my buck right now? There we go. This is, which one is this? Window. This is kind of the city generator that I'm going to be leveraging. So see here. There we go. So I've got a lot of work to do to it. I got to put my buildings in there. I've got to plop it on my terrain, make it adjust and stuff like that. But I don't know if I'm going to do that stuff right now either. Let's just close this one. Let me see if the lag went away. Nope. We got some stutter. Alrighty. Whatever. I don't want you to stutter. All right, so I swear I had I think it was stamps. Oh. Terrain data. That's what it was. No. Floor data. Well, that looks small. So yesterday I had an error trying to check in. Well, not an error, but a warning. So vampire duo animation edit. Vampire. So hit commit to main. So there it is. GTS. The normal, we recommend committing these files or use Git to store large files. I have GTS. I don't understand. Git. The following files are over 100 MB. I am. LFS is enabled. Does your large file already exist in your repository's history? Then you need to run git lfs migrate import to rewrite your git history so that the files have always been tracked by Git. Here's the manual page for the command. You are missing a wildcard character in your pattern in your... Oh. Ah, okay. So I don't think my Git or LFS filter does know about, what were those files? GTS.asset. .asset. Is that data that I need to bring or not? Let's see. image. There's no dot asset. Okay. Etc. So if I do all the same stuff, if I do this, dot asset, yeah. Asterisk dot asset. Okay. I'm going to hit save. And I'm just going to check in this guy alone. Update it. Get at try buttes to check for dot assets for LFS. Okay, let's go and push. Now, if I do this, well, look at that. I think it's working. But the code makes me handsomer. All right, cool. We're freshly checked in and ready for trouble. Okay, there is an asset that I think I am going to... Shit, why I got so many open? It's too many. It's too many. I got a level design tool that I've been researching them all. I think I own a couple. G-Spawn, that's it. Oh, it's on sale too. Definitely picking it up. All right, so G-Spawn's really dope level designer, and one of the big things about it that I like is you can give it your wall pieces in a certain shape and then feed it into it, and it knows how to intelligently build out with those pieces. Pretty sure this is the one I decided was going to be the winner of my money. Shit. Where was it? G-Spawn. I think I'm going to go with this one. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this guy. Because it's going to help me build out buildings and stuff pretty quick. So we're going to buy now. Oh, updated terms of service about AI. Okay, whatever. Unity just doing Unity things. So I'm going to watch a couple videos on G-Spawn, but then I'm going to start really cracking out some levels. So I'm going to create a couple POIs for my game trailer, so I can shoot a trailer, essentially. So let's come here. Package manager. G-Spawn. This really should empower me level design wise, and instead of doing it just through the default stuff. $1,000 kilobytes, not bad. And thankfully it's not a huge asset. It's only 1,000 kilobytes, so hopefully it's gonna be a game changer. Because it's 3D tile rules, so I can set it up to my grid, and then I can start painting using G-Spawn. Scatter brush, decoration rules, curve spawn, modular snapping, snaps modular prefabs to grid, grid snap, climb, move objects up and down, snap grid. All right.
Object in the scene. This is called the spawn guide. I call this the spawn guide, and it's when you move the mouse around, notice that it snaps to the grid. There's this small orange dot which represents the
Another really cool feature of this is it's got a library manager for my assets, so I can create a bunch of groups and organize my assets over here in this library, and then it makes life easier for me because I can find my stuff here. It's another really cool feature about this.
Pivot of the object, actually the object position, and that gets snapped to the grid when you move the mouse. Now I'm gonna place it here at the origin. We don't need to start at the origin, but I like to start at the origin usually. So I'm gonna left click, and when I left click, notice that we get these indicators of where the objects will be placed. We also get a label telling us the size of the.
All right, so that didn't go into any setup. So let's read the documentation. That's part one. This is a keyboard heavy shortcut or system too, so I'm gonna have to learn those. Create a new project in Unity, import G-Spawn, load package, and top menu initialize. Once you click initialize, the plugin will create a data folder and populate with some of the asset files that it needs to store different settings. This might require you to wait a little bit until the necessary files are created. When finished, the hierarchy view will show a new object in the scene called G-Spawn. And the scene view will display a grid. And at this point of initialization, you need to have the G-Spawn object selected in the hierarchy view in order to interact with the plugin. You need to perform this step for each scene in your project. So when you're done with one scene and would like to create a new scene, okay. The inspector shows toolbars, object spawn, object selection, object erase. The better object selection is going to be awesome. If I can like select every prefab, a certain prefab in the scene instead of having to search in the hierarchy. Prefab management. In order to use this plugin, you need to specify the prefabs you're going to use. In G-Spawn, prefabs are organized in prefab libraries. Each prefab library can contain a certain category of prefabs. In order to set up your prefabs, you need to open two windows, prefab library and prefab manager windows. And then dock the windows any way you wish. The next it shows the two windows dock to each other. Dropping prefab folders. Create prefab libraries and populate them with prefabs by dropping prefab folders into the window. Simply select a folder that contains prefabs and then drag and drop it onto the blank area in the prefab. The next image shows the state of the two windows after a prefab folder has been dropped inside the prefab window. Okay. The folder Multi-Story Dungeons 2 is dropped in the prefab library, and the plugin has created a hierarchy of prefab libraries that resemble the folder structure. Any folders that are empty or which don't have child folders with prefabs are excluded. The orange tint libraries are empty. So don't go apeshit here. Just do what I need. Hopefully the prefab library is per scene instead of the whole game, but we'll see. When this prefabs show up in the prefab manager when visible, prefabs are hidden. This can be used as filtering mechanic. Prefab previews, prefab library profiles. Quickly switch between different configurations of settings data with respect to prefab libraries. You can create, for example, a library profile that you use in one scene and a different profile that can be used in a different scene. There can only be one active profile. Okay, sweet. So I can kind of get, keep it from getting too large. Tile spawn, prop spawn, box spawn, physics spawn. Yeah. Modular snap spawn. Go down. Modular wall spawn, which can spawn multiple wall segments in a few clicks while also handling inner and outer corners automatically. Yeah, that's what I want. See, yeah, you set your wall pieces up like this, and you feed it into the system, and now you can paint your wall pieces, and all your modular wall pieces will look good and angle and corner correctly. So that's one feature I'm super excited about in this. This is going to make level design so much easier. Hey, Cobra, what's up, man? I just picked up G-Spawn, and I'm looking through the documentation right now. I got it in my head. I want to get my Steam page built. So I'm going to do some level design and some polish that will allow me to create a trailer. So a level design tool is going to be a huge boon right now. You create on this wall pieces. In order to create the example, switch to object selection mode and a straight piece. I'll do this in a second. This feature right here is a big reason I want this tool, but there's tons of other reasons. Make sure module is active, set it. Multiple prefabs per wall slot. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, see, that's even more badass. Like, this will be helpful for the handmade bespoke levels, whereas PCG or procedural or PGC or PGG, procedural grid generator, will be helpful for my procedural levels. But I may, spawning arches. I might do some Blender work today too. So if you're interested in how I work or go back and forth between Blender and stuff, I might do that today. Because I got, again, it's another thing, get stuff ready for the trailer. So I got to customize or deck out my characters, get them more to the final look. Yeah, I'm okay-ish at Blender. I know enough to be able to edit, export, import, edit, and get them ready for my game inside of Unity for sure. I've got that workflow down pat. Height mode, constant, random pattern. Oh, that's cool. Height guide. That's freaking sweet. Yeah, Blender is a badass tool, and I'm glad it's more mainstream than it was when I was younger. Everyone's like, you gotta do Maya, you gotta do 3D Studio Max. Like, no. You ain't gotta do shit. Box spawns and tools used for working tile blocks or laying down floors. Sweet. Fill modes. Border. Oh, that's fucking cool. That's really cool. Tile roll. That's going to be a fun one. That would be awesome. I remember seeing that. Like, it's kind of, you know, it'd be nice to have just one tool to do it all. Model, you know. Yeah, I remember seeing the games and stuff. Yeah, I think I've got my bindings pretty default. I wish it's weird going from Blender to Unity because I'll jumble up certain things. Like I'll try to do something in the Blender key command instead. That's the only downside. Sometimes I think about syncing up, making one of the two match each other for common things, but I'm just gonna live with it. I don't really care about stairs too much. Okay. Okay, I think I know enough to be dangerous. Oh yeah. If you find yourself adding or removing prefab objects, you might have to disable skybox material until you finish working on your scene. Yeah, that's a with these complex programs, there's always that risk of crashing, so you got to make sure you got autosave set up. Okay, let's
box along the different axes. So I'm going to place a hello and welcome to the GSpawn level designer tutorial videos. My name is Andrew, and in this
I'm
first
gonna
video
watch
I'm going to
this for
show
a
you the
minute.
basics of building modular environments. So make sure you have the GSpawn level designer package imported inside your project. Next, go to Tools, GSpawn, and click on Initialize. Once you do that, the plugin will create a bunch of assets that it needs to store its data. And once it's done, you see we get this grid inside the scene view. The plugin will create a bunch of assets that it needs to store its data. And Tools, GSpawn, and click on Initialize.
Go ahead and do this initialization piece real quick and then continue the video. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of some locations to build out. I'm going to do a city location, a rural location, a forest location, a military type location, a secret lavish kind of one, and then like the vampires area castle kind of thing. Had a couple ideas. So like I love the castles in Castlevania and stuff like that. They're all big and ominous. They come out of the sky or whatever. Like I was thinking about making this his castle be on top of a giant like freighter ship. So it's like, I don't know. It's sitting out in the water and like there's a giant castle on it. I don't know. It's kind of a dumb idea. But I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to show because the castle basically appeared and like destroyed everything around it. And yeah, how I'm going to visualize all that. All right, back to the video.
Initialize. Once you do that, the plugin will create a bunch of assets that it needs to store its data. And once it's done, you see we get this grid inside the scene view. And we also get an object called GSpawn in the hierarchy view. Now you need to keep this object selected in order to interact with the plugin. Okay, now the next thing to do is we need to set up the prefabs that we're going to be
What? What's inside of Unity? World component controller. That's cool. Oh, okay. That's cool. You should send me that link. I want to check it out.
we're going to use. So go to Tools, GSpawn, Windows, Prefab Library Manager. I'm going to dock it right here, and then go to Tools, GSpawn, Windows, Prefab Manager. Okay, so prefabs are organized in prefab libraries, and a prefab library is sort of like a prefab folder. And I'm gonna be using a
Yeah, it's a cool idea too because um even just for like a stream like mine, I could use that to have, add some interaction or whatever. Um while I'm building the game and streaming it, and also for the actual build of the game. Let's see here. VR chat Twitch integration. Oh, it's for VR chat. Darn. You can't just use it for your non VR chat game. Oh yeah, that'd work. They can't invent, cat girls can't come to or need to be invented or created or come to the reality sooner than later. That's cool shit. Let's see here. Play Twitch streams inside your game. Oh, no, you got me down a rabbit hole here. Log in with Twitch. Make games for streamers without hassle. What is the point of this? Oh, that's so cool. There's some creative shit going on around that. Like, the code is documented. Document available in Visual Studio. So Twitch for this game, since it's a single player experience, turn based, like you could have my Twitch integration could do all kinds of shit, man. You could have it to where they could, I could really lean into that. Yeah, like they could also like they could make name themselves the NPC, and their name pops up on the NPC, and like now controlling it though, like yeah, you could do all kinds of crap, man. But so one, they could say, hey, they could spawn enemies, they could spawn items, they could spawn world modifiers. Um, mm, Chat integration for receiving and sending message to an extensive voting system, allowing a streamer's chat to really impact gameplay. Vote on the next level, the next power up, make an entire Twitch plays style game. Holy shit, this is a cool idea. I can really... Oh yeah, no, this has got my... This could be... What's up, Lavaca? I'm dead set on getting the Steam page made, so I'm going to be doing things that will allow me to create the trailer and the images I need to get the Steam page made. That's going to be my focus until... My goal is in the next 2 months to have the Steam page up, because I want to start collecting wish lists and stuff. I'm trying to interact more with the indie community and stuff on like X and all that, and like reaching out, following people, meeting new ones, all kinds of stuff, sharing my game where I can. But again, I don't want to share my game yet because I don't have, you know, polished promo material. So I'm going to focus on doing things today and the next few weeks that allow me to get to that point where I have the Steam page up and I collect wish list. Because I do want to hit 7,000 wish lists before I launch. Because there's some weird number in Steam. If you have 7,000 wish lists whenever, you know, before launch, it helps you, right? For some, I think that's the number, but that's my goal. So I'm gonna start putting a lot of work into just pumping my game to the world here soon. After I've got my trailer, and so what we were just looking at is Twitch integration and how I could use that for my game. I think I'm gonna really lean into the Twitch integration, allow you. Because like a streamer could be playing and they could chat back to their community from the game. The community could affect the game via voting. A world prefab now. Is that, when you say world, is that a VR chat term, or are you talking in Unity terms? I'm not sure what world prefab is, or... Okay, anyways, so what we were doing, so I bought G-Spawn. It's on sale for 50% off. Okay. And I'm going to be using G-Spawn to power up my level design abilities, or capabilities. So here we're going through the tutorial. Really, it is a passion project, man. It's such a, especially game dev, like so much work. It's a ton of stuff, and like, I mean, you could get to the end after years and just like sell nothing.
A pack called Multi-Story
you got to do
Dungeons
it
by
for the love of it.
Manastation.
It's not about the money.
Click on this folder and drag and drop it right here in the Prefab Library Manager window. Once it's done, notice that it created this hierarchy of prefab libraries, and this hierarchy actually resembles the folder structure inside Multi-Story Dungeons 2 folder. Okay, now when I click on a library, notice that we get a bunch of prefabs in the right window, in the Prefab Manager window. If you hold down the middle mouse button and move the mouse over one of those prefab previews, we can rotate the prefab like this. And if you click on the small camera button, it will actually reset the preview rotation. Now, if you click on the small yellow glowing button, it will highlight the prefab asset inside the project folder. Okay, now let's talk about the inspector UI that we have here. So the first toolbar, the one at the top that has 3 buttons, is a toolbar that allows you to switch between different modes of operation. So basically the plugin is divided in 3 main parts. You have object spawn, which allows you to spawn objects in the scene using using different spawn tools. Then you have object selection and manipulation, which allows you to work with existing objects in the scene, which is very useful for making changes. And then you have object erase, which allows you to erase objects using different erase tools. Now, in this particular video, we're going to talk about object spawn and object selection. Okay, so what we want to do is I want to build a small, kind of like a dungeon room, and I'm going to start with the floors. So for laying out floors, we have this spawn tool here called box. And the box spawn tool allows us to spawn objects inside a box-shaped area. So I'm going to go to I'm going to select the base library here, and I'm going to double click on this base 01 prefab. When I do that, notice that the plugin has created an object in the scene. This is called the spawn guide. So I call this the spawn guide, and it's when you move the mouse around, notice that it snaps to the grid. There's this small orange dot which represents the pivot of the object, actually the object position, and that gets snapped to the grid when you move the mouse. Now I'm gonna place it here at the origin. We don't need to start at the origin, but I like to start at the origin usually. So I'm gonna left click, and when I left click, notice that we get these indicators of where the objects will be placed. We also get a label telling us the size of the box along the different axes. So I'm gonna place a 4x10 box right over here. Okay. Now you probably noticed that when we move the spawn guide, sometimes some of the objects light up. And the reason why this happens is because it's telling you that the spawn guide position is lined up with the positions of the highlighted objects, in this particular case along the x-axis.
That's awesome.
And this is useful because
that is so awesome.
It allows you to avoid situations where, for example, you might move the spawn guide a little bit forward or backward.
That is amazing. Like, you don't
but when the objects line up,
like, yeah, like being able to tell you're lined up with this row before getting there is infinitely fucking helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to really lean into the Twitch integration. And I think I'm going to do it sooner than later so I can demo, or it can be part of the gameplay trailer. So I'm going to actually, after I get done watching this, I'm going to create a doc. Well, I may go to Codex if I'm going to use that website. But I want to like jot down all the Twitch ideas that we got here, and then awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, like I'm totally doing this. Yeah. I think it's going to make it a really fun experience. And again, streamers will like to play it because of it too. You know what? Oh yeah, fuck yes. They can set up like a challenge for you and then you play it. And yeah, at the end that you got a bit's reward. But so I'm thinking about this. So I could basically take the current level, export it down into a very simple format that I can stream out to a database or whatever, and then I create a simple web interface that you would just put in an identifier to find the streamer's session or whatever, his map or whatever, and then players could also click on an area and say, like, block a path, right? They could put an obstacle that they got to deal with. Like, they could change the environment when the player's not looking. If the player's looking, then you can't change anything. If it's in view of the player, then it won't work. But players could like have a visual way of interacting with the world and that way it gives them more of like a god's eye view and allows them to spawn events and do different stuff. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to look up a bunch of different examples.
You know for a fact that they line up exactly, and you're safe to place the object without causing any trouble down the road. Okay, so let's go ahead and place a few more in this direction.
And that's what I want to make the sandbox experience. So you can, just like people do the Zomboid challenges, they're like, here's all my sandbox settings and I'm going to do this or accomplish this thing. And they create this emergent gameplay, and then all of a sudden everyone copies that challenge. So that's why I want to go with that sandbox experience. Like every part of the game world that you're going into, you can tweak, make it harder, easier, loot spawns, everything. You can just kind of tailor it to your experience and make a really nightmare experience that you're gonna role play through and stuff like that. The emergent gameplay is what I'm really trying to create, and we're not quite there to creating it yet, but we're getting real close now that the combat's this polished. So, man, this is great stuff. I'm glad you're got this in my head. Yep. Oh, so controlling the NPCs, like in real time, it's with turn-based is gonna be weird, because you say you try to tell the NPC to do something, like you can't control them, like move them, but you can you can set their motivations or whatever, and like you know this NPC and you're just trying to stay away from the player, so you're trying to keep your NPC alive, so you're always telling it to move or head to this direction or whatnot, or you can just send your NPC into the player and fight them. So like you can change the NPC's target or current motivation or goal, and then what is it? Yeah, there's so much shit you could do.
Direction, something like this. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to surround this area.
Oh my god, bees! Yeah, do the Oprah meme
with walls, and there's a very handy feature for placing walls.
This is it right here. This is really why I wanted this asset. So watch this. This is the cool. This is what's really cool about this tool, and will just save me.
Once I activate that, notice that it complains that no straight wall prefabs were found in profile default. So what it's basically telling us is that
all of the prefabs are not straight. They're
we haven't set up we don't have a valid prefab profile to work with this spawn tool, and this is what we're going to do next. Go to Tools, G-Spawn, Windows, and click on Modular Wall Prefabs. Now, inside this window, you can see that on the left side we have these three images which represent a particular kind of wall piece. It's kind of like tile rules. If you've used tile rules before, you know that basically a tile rule is it represents a way in which different tiles connect to surrounding tiles, and this is pretty much the same thing with walls. So we have a straight wall rule or a straight wall piece, which is just like a middle piece, a piece that sits in the middle, and then we have an inner corner piece which represents.
This is a cool feature about Opera GX. You can go in picture by picture mode and pop your video out of the browser, and play it while you're working on Unity.
Like when the wall makes.
Or so if you're watching tutorial videos, this is one of the main reasons I'm kind of stopping using Chrome. Weirdly enough, the RAM and CPU limiting features or whatever, but Opera GX is what I'm currently using. But this is one of my favorite all-time features right here, because so like I could make a space down here. For the video in Unity, like right here, give me a little more room, and watch my tutorial while working Unity.
And then we have an outer corner piece. Next, towards the bottom, we have the up axis, which represents the way.
I went through them. It seems like they get broken. Every time I find a good one, then all of a sudden it loses its ability to do this like pin to the top stuff. But I keep forgetting about it, but it's so awesome. Yeah, I haven't used Firefox in forever. Thankfully, I could export my passwords and everything real quick from Chrome to Opera GX, thankfully.
In which the wall goes up.
Made it easy.
And usually this is going to be the y-axis. Now, the most important field here is the example prefab. So the example prefab is a prefab that we're gonna have to give to the plugin, and it will let it. The plugin will analyze it and it will understand how to link the wall pieces together. Yeah. So the next thing we need to do is we need to build this example prefab. I'm gonna switch to selection mode.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a couple steps that he's done that I haven't. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, nice, Google. Let's go. Yeah, like, right? Why not? Like, it's such a neat feature or helpful feature. Yeah, yeah. I always default to them for my logins or account creation and stuff. I Google is the ecosystem I'm in. But more and more it's just they keep what pisses me off about Google is they start these projects and then murder them so often. Like they do something awesome and they don't commit, and they like, so I'm like gun shy to even leverage or utilize a Google product, because like if it doesn't, they'll just straight up sunset it and move on. And you've committed to this new environment that they were tool or whatever it is, like Strata, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden they just like, I don't know. They're so frequently doing that. It's crazy. Yeah. It's just like you would make, you're doing it to yourself, Google. Every time you create something, everyone's like, okay, so when are you going to abandon this? Like, it's pretty wild. They used to be such a badass company. They still are, but it's just, I don't know. They make my life easier still, so I'll give them that. All right, what am I doing? Prefabs. All right. So for prefabs, I want to use... So when you get those Synthy packs, right? One of the things you pay attention to is how is it a modular set, or is it a bunch of set pieces that are single mesh, right? There's certain packs from Synthy, and I'm going to use their environment stuff. I'm not going to use any of their characters at all, unless I heavily modify the mesh. But the Synthy packs, some of them, like the Apocalypse one, it's a bunch of buildings that are big stacked meshes that it's not modular. There's no modular pieces in it. So this is like a huge disappointment when it comes to this. This needs a modular set. There are some pieces, but most of the shit is big static meshes that I'm not going to use because it's modular. It's not modular. I'm after modular stuff in these assets. This one's pretty damn modular. This one, I think, Horror Mansion is one of the most modular, and I use its models because it's got good base building models. So here, these are your core pieces. I don't give a shit where these pieces come from asset wise, or if I made them or whatnot. But these are your common staples for modular buildings, and they have a good set of meshes here. Oh, weather too, yeah. And day and night. God, Twitch integration. I'm gonna get GUnit mastered, create a cool little level, and I think I might start playing with that because it'll make the stream funner too, because you guys could help me test out the Twitch integration that I'm building. So if we can flesh out ideas in real time, it'd be cool. Actually, it's going to be very cool. That would be. But anyways, so these meshes here are great for making modular buildings. This set, I love this one. So what I want to do is don't want to put those in there. Props. Yeah. No, I don't want props. Wait, let me think. What am I going to build? You know what? I was going to make it to where it's just you in the game world, right? But I think I'm going to allow you to have an AI or NPC companion, and the chat can use points or whatever to name the companion themselves and shit. So the AI companion, I guess you can control it. Controlling 2 units isn't going to be. I just don't want to have a bunch of units. I don't want the turns to take forever. I want more of that. I want turn-based because I want to be able to stop, think, and strategize, but I want it to be fluid. So that's why I was just making it one. You control 1 unit out there trying to survive the calamity. But with Twitch integration and an AI companion, and it could be a dog, it could be a human, it can be different, but people could use reward or stream points, whatever they are. I'm still not the best with Twitch and all these things. Like, people got all this cool shit happening on the screen. I can just put images and shit up. I still got to get into doing shit like that of mine. But people can use their points to name themselves your companion. They can have give the companion upgrades, modifiers. They can have the companion heal you. Shit like that. Yep. I'm very excited about this because it gives it kind of a multiplayer vibe, but it's more, yeah. Because I wanted to build a multiplayer game, but I'm trying to stick to shipping one single game without multiplayer before I do multiplayer. All right, let me get this done. So I need to. Do I want the props? I think I do. Oh, they still got that one. What shader do they got? Material A. Ah. Okay. I see. So I want to fix all of that. Well, I'll do that in a second. We'll go with the props for this. Weapons. I don't need the weapons. So I'm going to do buildings, environment, props. Oh. So the Twitch integration has factions or teams. There's the good guys and like the enemy, like the bad guys and the enemies. And the Twitch people can influence either side. Hell yeah, man. That's sweet. Sweet, sweet. All right, so now I've got my props in here. I'm going to yep. That is going to be, yeah. I think I'm going to lean into the Twitch integration for this because it just, there's so much I could do. All right. We're about to start implementing some Twitch stuff, probably maybe later today or tomorrow. Probably later today, honestly. I'm kind of excited by this idea. And it'll make the development funner because you guys can, yeah, like test out stuff. I can give you the points and whatnot. You can fuck with me. All right. Holy cow, man. Yeah, be safe. All right, so first let's get this guy. He's got to be at the top always. We're actually going to open up a properties window for G-Spawn. Hopefully it doesn't cause anything to be buggy. There we go. So how can I define my grid size? Mirror gizmos. Sets the move step to be equal to the scene grid cell size. Note, you will need to press this button again if you decide to change the grid cell size later. Vyvanse, yeah. I say I take Adderall. That's my ADHD thing, my bobber. Use grid cell shine. I want that. Move snap step. So let's keep it 1 for now. Okay. Destination layers. So I've got that. I've got my pieces. And then that's so badass you can rotate them in there. This right here is huge help, right? Like massive. Oh, you can get them real big too. That is cool. That is fuzzy. All right, I'm already liking this so far, but let's finish the video. Or actually, let's put a floor down. That's my only options. Those are terrible options. So that's for multi-level. This is for the base. All right, so I want to do the box spawn method. So I'm on box spawn. How do I paint? All right, how do you do that?
We have where the objects went to the grid. There's this small orange dot which represents the pivot of the object, the object position, and that gets snapped to the grid when you move the mouse. Now I'm gonna place it here at the origin. We don't need to start at the origin, but I like to start at the origin usually. So I'm gonna left click, and when I'm gonna select the base library here, and I'm gonna double click on this base 01 prefab. When I do that, notice that the plugin has created an object in the scene. This is called...
There we go.
The spawn guide. So I call this the spawn guide, and it's when you move the mouse around, notice that it snaps to the grid. There's this small orange dot which represents the pivot of the object, actually the object position, and that gets snapped to the grid when you move the mouse. Now I'm gonna place it here at the origin. We don't need to start at the origin, but I like to start at the origin usually. So I'm gonna left click, and when I left click, notice that we get these indicators of where the objects will be placed. We also get a label telling us the size of the box along the different axes. So I'm gonna place a 4x10 box right over here. Okay. Now you probably noticed that when we move the spawn guide, sometimes some of the objects light up.
Actually, so one thing I need to do, can I edit the prefab from here? That would be amazing. Generate. Ping prefab and project view. Yeah, there we go. So these, all the Cynthia assets, the way they fit to my grid is if I point eight them like that. And now they're built, they're ready for my grid. Oops. What the hell? So run box. Why is it not working? Oh, because I don't have the G spawn selected. There we go. Yeah, whatever. It's my snapping. What's... Is it because of my pivot on this prefab? Maybe if I watch the video more.
And the reason why this happens is the size of the box along the different axes. So I'm gonna place a 4x10 box right over here. Okay. Now, you probably noticed that...
I probably noticed that it didn't do anything. Oh, I bet you it did it. It's just, it's so fucking cool. It's underneath the grid. Where does the stuff go? G-Spawn level designer, data. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that spawned. But that didn't. Why is that? We have a box collider. Box collider. Oops. I was hoping that would select it. Guess not. Oh, what the fuck? And my Unity's whatever crashed. I'm gonna save this as G-Spawner, and we're gonna close. Oh wait, he said, what was it in the documentation? That if X happens, do this. Let me see if I can find it. Sometimes you no longer use window scroll bars. When this happens, resize the window that owns the scroll bar. I don't know. Maybe it's something different. All right.
When we move the spawn guide, sometimes some of the objects light up. And the reason why this happens is because it's telling you that the spawn guide position is lined up with the positions of the highlighted objects, in this particular case along the x-axis. And this is useful because it allows you to avoid situations where, for example, you might move the spawn guide a little bit forward or backward and you can create misalignments. But when the objects line up, you know for a fact that they line up exactly and you're safe to place the object without causing any trouble down the road. Okay, so let's go ahead and place a few more in this direction, something like this. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to surround this area with walls, and there's a very handy feature for placing walls. It's called modular walls. So yeah, once I activate that, notice that it complains that no straight wall prefabs were found in profile default. So what it's basically telling us is that we haven't set up we don't have a valid prefab profile to work with this spawn tool, and this is what we're going to do next. Go to Tools, G-Spawn, Window.
It doesn't like flat quads, is what I'm getting here. So this is just a quad with no back face, and it's not liking it. But when I do the one with that's actually got some geometry or depth to it and a backside, it's working. So I'm just gonna have to deal with that. That's fine. Not a biggie. But there's probably something I'm just not clicking or doing. All right, so let's erase. Gotta be a way to make the brush bigger. Oh, there it is. All right. So we're gonna start clean. What I want is, what do I want? I want a glass of water. One sec. I'll be right back, guys. Doo-doo. It is what it is. Alrighty, we are back. I should start leaving a YouTube video up instead or something, like when I take a break or whatever. I don't know. You know, I could just put a bunch of jangling keys up too, you know. A Rickroll video, maybe. So what my goal is right now is I'm going to get my wall set up in the tool. I'm going to create a bunch of building layouts for different sizes for houses and buildings. Well, houses for this. So I'm going to create a 3x3, 3x4, 4x4, and different shapes. And I want to create the first floor layout and no walls on the inside or anything, just the floors and the walls. And then for each one of those, I'll start building out wall layouts. And then that way the structure of the building can randomize, the wall layout can randomize. And then I'm going to put markers like game objects in certain points on the things that I've got, so I can attach to those or spawn later on, use those for spawning purposes later on down the road. Just like, so it'd be like, this is the center of this room. And then, I don't know. We'll see. If I need that. I don't know if I will actually, because of the way the emitters work. Regardless, let's start off with a 3x3. So let's go back to here. Our tool, we're going to paint a 3x3 floor. Ooh. Oh, I can flip it. What the hell is it doing? There we go. It really bugs me that I can't snap right to the blue. Maybe if I... Oh, this is a 1. Oh, I did that with the G spawn. That's cool. It shows you the elevation. How did I change the elevation? Okay, I don't know what's going on. How do I clear or reset? Position. All right, I guess I should watch the video. Hold on. Object spawn tools, the spawn guide, modular snap, picking prefabs. Actually, wait, hold on. right here. So what was I thinking? In here. Oh, documents. That's what I want. Shortcuts. Okay, Alt R to select or deselect the plugin object. Transfer plugin selection to Unity selection, vice versa. So R and T. One, two, three is so G-spawn. Select prefab, project on grid, project on object. Oh, fucking A. Move gizmo, scale. How do I change the height? Snap, vertical step up. Okay. Vertical step down. I know I didn't click those keys, but okay. So I can go Alt R. Vertical step up, down. Oh, I bet you hit E or Q actually. So yep. So it's E or Q to raise it up or down. Oh, that's why I'm having trouble. I need to snap it like that. Okay. So 3x3 room. It's gonna be a small ass house. Maybe 4x4 should be the smallest. We'll start with 4x4. So there we got that. We're gonna go wall. And now we got our floor. That is just the coolest damn thing. But it should be able to snap to, it's not like lining up with the second and fourth row at all. Hey, Kilted, what is up, my man? What is up? We're over here with Mullet Man, just chilling. We're checking out G-Spawner. So I'm trying to do some level design so I can get my damn Steam page up. So snap radius. Don't make sense. Like the step is off. Like I want the move step to be know if that's it, but so G-Spawner's got some really cool features. I'm just figuring it out right now, so forget that I can't snap there. So stupid. How's it get off? Grid snap mode. It actually is. They got the carpet from me, to be honest, before I was born. Or, well, I'm not sure when that movie was made. I don't get enough credit for that, though. It is a god-awful texture, but it's a good mesh. I can change the texture. Can't change the mesh. Oh, well, I guess you can. But so now we're going to do the wall mode.
And click on modular wall prefabs. Now, inside this window, you can see that on the left side, we have these 3 images which represent a particular kind of wall piece. It's kind of like tile rules. If you've used tile rules before, you know that basically a tile rule is it represents a way in which different tiles connect to surrounding tiles, and this is pretty much the same thing with walls. So we have a straight wall rule or a straight wall piece, which is just like a middle piece, a piece that sits in the middle. And then we have an inner corner piece, which represents an inner corner, like when the wall makes a turn. And then we have an outer corner piece. Next, towards the bottom, we have the up axis, which represents the way in which the wall goes up. And usually this is going to be the y-axis. Now, the most important field here is the example prefab. So the example prefab is a prefab that we're going to have to give to the plugin, and it will the plugin will analyze it, and it will understand how to link the wall pieces together. Yeah. So the next thing we need to do is we need to build this example prefab. I'm going to switch to selection mode. I'm going to go to walls and arches, and I'm going to select this wall here, right here. This represents a straight wall piece. I'm going to click and drag and drop it in the scene, and notice that when I release the left mouse button, it will start snapping to the grid. I'm going to left click to commit, and I want to make sure this piece is really important, and this is the one that you should start with. I want to make sure that the rotation of this piece is set to 0 for all axes, right? Okay, now let's place the outer corner. Drag and drop, press Y to rotate, snap it into place.
Corner. So I don't have a corner. I may have to make it. No, not it says using this asset allows you organize prefab libraries, so you can kind of clean up. Like you don't have to go through your project to get to your prefabs, and you got a nice viewer. But I only put one set in here, and I know I got a corner piece. I know it. But if not, I'll just do it the way I'll hand place it down there, and I think it should be able to handle it. Maybe I don't have corner. Actually, I don't recall. I always have to connect two wall pieces with a... Yeah. All right, so we'll just do that. Yeah, so I'm creating I'm going to create a bunch of like 3x3, 4x4, 3x4, 2x3, or different building shapes just with the floor and the walls. Save those out as mods or prefabs. And then I'm going to, for each one of those, I'm going to generate wall layouts. And this tool is going to allow me to do that super fast with decoration rules, stuff like that if I need it. But so I can quickly get all my general base building laid out. And then next I'm going to create the script that will dynamically theme the building. So the floors and the walls will pick their materials, or, you know, that way you get, one might be like a different siding on the outside or a different wall panel on the inside. Yep. This is the base of my modular buildings. So I need to bring in another flat. So the thing I need to do with this too is I want this to be an interior and exterior. So I almost need to make, hold on. All of these are interiors, really? You telling me this? Okay, so I can fix that after I've built it. Oh, so I won't worry about that too much. So I'm gonna drag out, let go. Oh, very nice. Oh, that's not very nice. Oh, I wasn't. So you got to have G spawn selected. Come out, let go. Now you got the snap. Right. Totally. So I've got to fix the grid or my snapping. The move step used when snapping is enabled. So technically -2. What are you snapping to? You're so all over the fucking place. Oh, you're right. Yeah, because you got to be on the grid for the first one. Yep. Very good. Very good. So I want to keep it 1 by 1 by 1. That gives me the most control. Like, and if I use the grid cell size, which is rotation snap. So see here, if I go, I can get it on the, all right, so that one snapped. G-spawn, what the hell? I wish it just lined up with the, oh, it's doing it on the middles. So I need to snap to the middles, not the... Yeah, that's kind of bugs me. Listen here, it doesn't match the drapes. I'm going to go ahead and just tell you now. It doesn't. Hasn't for years. I got so much white like in my beard now too. Like, no. um, let's see here. All right, so I've accomplished snapping. Listen here, Pine Sol. Oh, now this one's snapping to the damn middle. Makes no goddamn sense. Oh wait, no, it does make sense. Um, so what I need to do with this asset, I forgot. So again, the scale factor from this asset to my world size and grid is technically 0.8 on the X and Z. I don't know. I guess yeah, we're going to do it on both. Now this will fit inside of my game's tile grid perfectly. Now as for G-Spawn, I don't know. We'll see. So now we go back to G-Spawn. We're gonna I hate it. I hate it. I've got some off. I'm using shift control. Snap radius. Let's take that down to 2. What is your malfunction? Selection or object spawn. Grid snap climb. That's, I think this, yeah, like over here, I think it's got to be this, the move snap step, but it's acting funky. I've tried 0.5. Oh, wait, I think I need to. No, it's 0.8, 0.8. but it's 1-1 here. I might have to refresh or something. It's kind of hard not to delete the floor behind it. God damn it. There we go. Use grid size, cell size. The object to object snap radius. That should, I don't think that should matter. That shouldn't, that's not like an offset. The spawn guide. So I'm on modular snap, spawn. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Once it gets, it's basically saying how close before it'll try to snap. But when I'm probably, if I'm moving on the grid in that commit mode, that might actually affect it maybe. Q&E, I don't care. Moving up and down hotkeys or mouse wheel is flexible, but sometimes you may desire more automatic behavior. This behavior is called grid snap climb. You can find the associated field in there. The spawn will climb objects in the scene and it will also be snapped to the grid. This works really well for objects that are supposed to sit on top of other objects. Walls on top of floors, decorative items on floors. Okay, so I'm going to need that for the wall spawning. So I need to remember that. Okay, snapping has two modes. Grid snap, which we already discussed, and object to object snap. You can switch between the two by pressing S. All right, let's try that. Okay. I wish grid was work. Oh wait, is grid working now? No, grid's still a bitch. But with object snap, I'm good. All right, so that's all I need to get this going. So let's finish what we started here. So they want me to create so I'm gonna snap it to the grid over here. And then I'm gonna S. How do you rotate again? Y rotation. You can rotate the spawn guide by holding shift. Yeah, it's really rotating. These, actually, we can bring out a reference. Big, well, not him, no. That's how they are. Supposedly, this is okay. It's 0.8.8, but the scale in the scene is 111, but it's technically still 0.8.8, right? Oh no. So it is. It's got a copy of the prefab, and me updating the prefab didn't honor it. There we go. Now it's 0.8. So 0.8, the scale of this, the one scale of these assets, almost every one of the Synthi environmental assets is 0.8 in my grid terms. So this is one wall piece in my grid terms now. Why it's not, can you update? So that is 2x2 and Unity's. If you're looking at Unity's grid, can I get a? Let me see if I can get out of G-spawn real quick. So just delete real quick. So one Unity unit. Where's this other grid coming from? Go away. One Unity unit right here, right? And my tile grid is 2x2 Unity units. So for these assets to fit on a 2x2 Unity world unit, I have to 0.8 them, and it works perfectly. It's just a discovery I made with an asset that I purchased. I was like, okay, it's weird, right? But they built the 1 point scale for this. It works great. This 1.111 works great for games that aren't on a grid, right? But I don't think they weren't, because even if I did, like, let's see here, vertex snap this guy to here. You see, he's sticking out. He's 2 units, 2.5 units. So their wall pieces are 2.5 Unity units probably. And that would require my grid to match my grid to these assets, which is not the right call. I would have to be able to support, I would go off grid with Unity even. So that's why I 0.8 them. And I usually leave the Y as 1, so that it has height. I don't really like them or do I? So here's the problem with Y being lower. Oops. This guy. So when the door is 8, the door gets kind of thin without me editing the mesh. But if I 0.8 the door, now the player, that's why I don't do that on the Y. The player is banging their head. So that's why I leave the Y scale at 1. And what's cool is I have a shitload of assets that I know I can easily make fit my grid for environments, props, and everything. So the Synthi assets, I'm tune shading them. I'm normal smoothing them. I'm going to retexture everything. So they're not going to look like anything. And some will get remodeled here and there, but I'm not going to remodel a table or a common item like that. So I'm using a lot of the Synthi stuff because I know it all is built the same. It all snaps to my grid, and I can resize it. And I'm more worried about the mesh because I can always rematerial it. Like these materials right here aren't going to stay. So that gives me a wide berth of props and items that I could leverage across different packs from them. I'm not going to use any of their characters. I'm using a different artist 3D models that I'm going to also modify. I still haven't modified these at all. I really like them, but they will look a little different when I'm done, like the eyes and the mouth and all that. And I'm going to create more clothes, hairstyles, all that to fit with these guys. All right, anyways, back to man, my ADHD. All right. So we discovered that these are getting dropped out of here at 0.1. So what I want to do, I think I just want to recreate auto link. I do have a wide door. Well, it's a double door. Never mind. Why? Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. So let me go back to G-Spawn. Drop this guy out. All right. Position scale. So I hold shift and then I hit the axis, I think. Ah, there we go. And then I can go Y. Sweet. Oh, that's cool. I got to learn the keyboard shortcuts for this, but it is going to be infinitely awesome to be able to quickly do stuff. All right. Now I got to fix why is it so big? What I can do is I can build it all at one scale and then I can 0.8 it the whole structure and it'll still actually work out, but I'd like to just have it 0.8 it from the beginning. So if I can't get these to update, I'm just going to build in one scale and then 0.8 at the end. Alrighty, so I know. Yep. And so far I haven't run into issues with the 0.8, but I may run into pieces that the 0.8 rule doesn't apply. And like the corner pieces is 2.4s. So it's 2 of the flats point forward. But I may just go into Blender and make a physical one mesh corner piece to make my life easier. But let me see how this works out. Because right now I don't actually have a dedicated corner piece for the walls, I don't believe. I got to do the flats. It's 0.8 in the prefab. So I'm just going to real quick. Create a new profile. Base. Building. right. Let me delete all this real quick. Oh shit, delete my unit? What the fuck? Oh. I don't know what happened right there. Oh, it deleted the one I drug out into the scene. Weird. Okay. So I gotta be careful with that. It can delete shit I don't want it to delete. Yeah. That's wild. Can I make it not do that? Like, I'm scared I'm going to delete like a canvas object or some shit by accident. Erase mask. Okay. Oh, I got selected. Gotcha. That's kind of annoying. I wish it just kept track of what it placed and then it would only manipulate that. Yeah, it doesn't erase now. So I kind of, can I drag stuff into that? Yes, okay. Canvas, cameras, day, night, mouse world, systems, enemy units. Yeah, that's weird. Well, it's not, I mean, I get it, but all those things don't have colliders. So I'm mostly safe, but yeah, I'm gonna just for the sake of it, make sure. Grid visual holder. All right. Anyways, let's get this wall prefab made. I've been stalling here. So we're going to drag in buildings, environment, props. We're going to go here. Now we're going to double click. Okay, cool. It's at 0.8 now. But not everything is. Whoops, that didn't work. Yeah, this is a box selection. Or there's probably a smarter way to do a straight line, but that's I'm using it. It's great for floors. Why is it not doing the first one? Oh, right, I know what it is. I think. Well, regardless, I'm actually doing more than I need to here, so I need that, and then I need no. So actually don't want, do I want that on the line? I don't. I want it inside the line for my modular pieces, so let's rethink how we do that. So I'm gonna want it like in the middle. No. I want that to snap. Why didn't it snap? Let me half snap. Like the Unity editor, you can hold control and get incremental snap, and that way you can get to the middle. The reason I want the walls in the middle is because if I leave them on the seam, wait, no, fuck it. I can move the whole building to be in the middle. I don't need to do this here. As long as it's snapped. Yeah, I don't need to do this here. But anyways, say this is my tile grid and the wall is on the seam of the two tiles. It's going to count both of those as unwalkable. And now I got this two long or lane of two unwalkables for the wall. Oh, shit. If I put it in the middle, it only blocks that one tile and the players can get up close to the wall and everything. So walls go in the middle is a level design rule for the grid. But I don't need to worry about that here because I can rectify that placing in the environment. So let's build our wall. Extrude gizmo, how do I use that? Probably just E, right? No, E brings it up and down. Segments, extrude. That's what I would get, because if you can extrude, man, that'd be badass. Be like Blender whenever I can just extrude pieces. Duplicate objects along a certain direction. The extrude gizmo. How do I bring up the extrude gizmo? Once I have this, it'll be good, guys. Just give me a moment. Grid snap, gizmo, mirror gizmo. Race, connect, brush, scale, move, rotate gizmo. Oh, I'm on object selection. Extrude U. Okay. That's fucking amazing. That is amazeballs. Oops. Oh no, that drags it. I don't know what the hell that did. Just want to extrude one. Oh, I know what it's doing. It's extruding the full piece. So I need to do this if I want to continue extruding just by one. So as you extrude it, yeah, okay. So now I'd like, boom, I got 3 here, right? I just want one more. Boom. Now there it is. Now I want to duplicate. And then I'm going to rotate with Y. Badass. I want them to, I want the perfect little gap. That's not the middle, is it? There it is. Oh, fuck, I'm off my grid. So that point is the middle. So if that's the middle of a tile, and that's the middle. So I need to bring it. No, it doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about this. I'm going to scale it. So duplicate. Oh, nope, not that. Oh, if you want to do individual axis, you can just hit the axis key directly, or if you want to do the whole thing, oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. Everyone that reviewed this thing was like, you got to learn the shortcuts. Once you learn the shortcuts, it's a game changer. And I'm starting to believe. Damn it, I keep knocking that shit over. All right. One more duplication. There is no spoon. Oh, cool. I can get them back to snapping like that. And then I can just... That's how I get it off grid. I use the W tool. Well, it's WAND, but it's not the actual translate, it's their translate, but it still works the same. Shift Y. Okay. So now, after all that, I've got the basis of one piece. Systems, AI. I don't want to see the grid. Sorry. I don't think I need gizmos on for this, do I? Yeah, I do. Oh, wait. Oops. Off. Yeah, this would be a 4x4. So this is going to be the tiniest possible building. I think this should be the tiniest. 3x3, it's not leaving me a lot of room. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, tiles to walk around in. I gotta get, but let's put the floor in. Oops. I want this box mode, floor. The box mode's really good for the floor pieces. Of course, it's going to be me putting it off grid now is screwing me here. Yeah, it will. So this would be like you would think, like there would not be a lot. You maybe have, I don't even know if I could make a sellable residential in this, but yeah, it's going to be tight. So I think this is typically probably just a room size. So like, instead of it being like a whole house, trying to squeeze like a kitchen, bathroom, whatever, this might be the rule for the men room size for walkability. Cause like I watched like the XCOM guys, GDC or some talk they had, and they were like, all right, there's always 2 lanes or 2 tiles so people can get in and out of areas or whatever. And I constantly think about that theory, or like that rule, game design rule, because single tiled door, like hallways and stuff, like you create choke points. So, but in a turn-based game, it probably is best to make sure you don't create or aren't creating one-ways. But again, I'm going to play test with some one-way hallways and see how it works. And for pathfinding reasons too. So like a player is completely blocking that hallway, and now they can't path to it. So say, that's not a big deal really. They can still get to them. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and you can use it to your advantage. Say you got a swarm after you, you find a choke point, a single hallway, and you can use that as your choke point to fight them one-on-one. Now, do you have enough stuff to make it through? That's another question. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to follow that rule for level design, but it's just something that sits in my mind because of what I'm doing here. Like, so let's go to selection mode. I'm going to put this back on the grid. Oh wait, I didn't 8 the floor. But this is still gonna, Alt R is not grabbing this guy. It should select it, I think, is what he said. Or the guide said. Somewhere. That'd be really nice to be able to get back to this so I can get back into that mode. Shit. Again, I'm messing up. I just sit there and hand place these. What I was supposed to be doing is creating this prefab, so this will do all this work for me. Hold on, let me finish this, damn it. I got ahead of the curve. Oh, cool. There is a drag select. Sweet. Oops. I just need to act like it's a normal editing tool, and I gotta watch out for my stuff and not delete it. Still bothers me. All right, so we follow here.
Left click to commit. And now let's place the inner corner. Press Y to rotate, snap it into place, left click to commit. And now the last thing we need to do is the last 2 objects that we need to create is one object here at the end and one here at the beginning. So I'm gonna click on the straight wall piece.
Okay, so this is the shape I gotta make. And then this prefab, or this. So for the corner pieces, actually, so this is okay. Let me take this, and these 2, we're going to 0.4, 0.4. No. Yes. No, just 0.4 on the X. That's right. So this creates my corner piece at these guys. Oh my God, the vertex select mode is so much better than Unity's. Holy cow. It actually shows you like what the vertex is going to be selected better. That's amazing. I love that so much because a lot of times with Unity, like when you hold down V to do vertex selection, if there's multiple vertices in that corner, you're trying to grab a certain one and it's hard to tell. That is very cool. I love it. So vertex snapping is badass. Everyone should be doing it. So now I need a corner piece. Now, which one was he saying was the outer? We're going to name them. So yeah. Our extra pillar is what I need.
That we have here sitting in the middle. I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate.
Duplicate.
Y to rotate. D to enable snapping. Snap it into place. Left click, commit. Sitting in the middle. I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate. Y to rotate. D to enable snapping. Snap it into place. Left click, commit. Ctrl
Selection filters. Spherical meshes, cameras, particle systems, lights. Oh. I don't know if I want that one, but dang.
Ctrl D, duplicate, snap, commit. Okay, so now we have all the objects that we need. This is the arrangement of objects that the plugin will analyze and decide how to actually link those pieces together. Okay, now I'm gonna select these. I'm not gonna select these guys, and I'm gonna click on the Create Prefab button inside the Prefab Library Manager. We have to, so this will allow us to create a prefab from the currently selected objects. I'm gonna give the prefab a name. I'm gonna call it wall example. And the destination folder, I'm gonna pick the wall prefab examples destination folder.
Oh, that's
this
dope.
folder already
He could drag from there and get the path. That's
contains the
cool.
wall example prefab from a previous recording. That doesn't matter because it will.
What's up, Volt? How's it going, man?
And the last two fields, pivot and pivot object name, don't really matter in this case, so we can just click on create. It will tell us that the prefab with the same name already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? Yes. Prefab successfully created. Now let's go ahead and click on this prefab.
This is what I want to know.
And the last step that we need to perform is we need to give those objects a name that the plugin will recognize. Yeah, so they have to have a specific name. Okay, so this wall piece right here in the middle has to be called middle.
I'm learning G-Spawner. It's an asset it's going to help me with level design and building out levels faster and just a better workflow in general. So I'm learning the tool right now. Basically, I'm going to create this little prefab example and the tool is going to be able to automatically let me paint walls and it automatically line everything up right.
Straight. This other wall piece, the inner corner, is going to be called inner corner.
So that's the inner corner. Wait, which? So if that's inner, this is outer. So that means this side will be the outside wall. Yeah, it's like Polybrush, but like even like more jacked up with features and stuff. And I really like the prefab manager viewer and the library organizer feature. The physics, there's all kinds of little tools that'll help out. Inner corner, outer corner. which way. Oh yeah, actually, I'm using it here. I've been telling people about it, editor attributes. I've been using it for buttons over here for debugging purposes and stuff, and different things like that. Great package, man. It's really good. All right. So this is going to be my outer corner. That's right. I need to duplicate this. Okay. Duplicate. D to snap. I'm going to figure out why the snap is off, but for now I'm just going to live with it. All right, so the outer corner, I want the, let's try that's what I want right there. But yeah, I can vertex snap too. This is how vertex snapping looks in this tool. It's I like it better than the default Unity vertex snap. I'm just getting my corner pieces set up here right now. So I'm in selection mode. Double click. No, that's not what I want. Object spawn. Double click. And I don't want the pillar. I want pillar 2. There we go. Oops, I'm still in box selection mode. Shit. Oops. Why? And now I want the inside pillar. Oh, crap. Didn't mean to do that. Why is it not? Oh, because I'm in modular mode. Whatever, I'll just move it in there. So back to selection. Is that? Oh yeah, these got the wrong freaking textures also. Oh cool, what'd you add? So I gotta fix those too. But I'll fix that later. Didn't I have Freaking. Maybe not. Thought I had interior, exterior prefabs already good to go, but I guess not. All right. I'm not sure which version I'm on. Two point oh, maybe? Yeah, 2.0. That's not how this is supposed to set. I forget how this works. I think I know, actually. Trying to do everything in G-Spawn so I can get used to it instead of... Yeah, that's good. Thinking I'm doing this right. Oh, wait, I know why I'm having trouble here. Need to... How did I have that? I actually can change the scale here and not have to go mess with the prefab, but I want to ultimately get the prefabs all 8.8 it. How does this piece work? That's going to Z fight. I think the answer is that for my corner pieces, I'm going to have to... I can't do that. Is there overlap? There is. I can just make them... We should show me the colliders, but I think there's overlap. There is. So I'm just gonna do the corner piece. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Fucking wrong. I know. Okay. I want you 4, 5. Go back to where you were. Everybody's happy. We're not gonna use you. We're actually gonna use this guy. I'm gonna scale you down. Till you fit in the corner perfectly. What the fuck? There we go. That's good enough, I believe. Or not. It's your malfunction up here in the top. So why has it got a little discoloration at the top? These don't. I don't know. I'll fix it up later. I just want to see this working first. So now what I need to do is fix the texture on this. So I need to come in here. One side. Yeah, this is a two-sided wall, so I can have textures on each side. You bastard. Pardon me. Well, I guess if I do this, if I build it this way, this limits me to this being an exterior wall brush, or yeah, no, that's fine. Then I'll make an interior one. That's right. Yeah, no, this is right. So I was gonna say I could just paint it without doing the exterior, and then there we go. Finally got it, guys. Finally got it. I swear, I know what I'm doing.
This one.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back into G-Spawn. I'm gonna select everything. I'm gonna use the create prefab brush or option right here. This is gonna be walls. Indent property and hide in children. Nice. Oh, I'm gonna make this. Hit create. Okay, now we got our prefab. We're going to open that prefab. Going to rename that prefab. I thought something looked fishy. All right. So now we're going to follow his naming convention. Yeah, it'll analyze this and it'll know how to basically let me paint this, and it'll tile everything together properly, the corners, the middle, all that. So I do this for each kind of wall that I want, and then I got a really fast way of painting walls and stuff. It's the wall spawner, essentially, prefab.
Outer corner. Now the case doesn't matter. You can use all lowercase or all uppercase or a mixture.
So middle straight. Then I'm going to parent these together. And this is going to be outer shit. I got my damn walls backwards. I'm going to call this inner corner. Ah, fuck. Damn it. I think I got it wrong. What can I do here? We're going to rotate. Yeah, that's it. Now this is going to be my inner corner. Oh, I forgot to grab the this guy. Create empty parent. This is outer corner.
But it has to be middle straight, outer corner, inner corner, and then this wall right here is gonna be called first straight, and this guy is gonna be called last straight.
Okay, so he did this one's first. And then
without the bracket. Okay, so at this point we have the example prefab ready. We can actually I'm gonna press Alt R to switch corner, and then this wall right here is gonna be called first straight, and this guy is gonna be called last straight.
Okay.
Without the bracket. Okay, so at this point we have the example prefab ready. We can actually I'm gonna press Alt R to switch to the plugin interface. And
God, I wish that worked. Whatever.
And we can actually delete those objects since we no longer need them. And now we need to specify, we need to drag and drop the wall example prefab, we need to drag and drop it right here in this field, and we also need to specify the prefabs for each slot.
So we're going to drag it here into the example prefab. Wall mill straight requires 0 rotation and around all axis. Shit. Okay. I wish it was like I could apply the the rotation and it'd go back to 0. Can you do that in Unity? The answer here is to take all this and redo it, but let's see if I can get away with just... Oh, wait. Weird. It didn't rotate. We'll take it, I guess. First straight piece is missing from example prefab. Middle straight, inner corner, first. Oh, whoops. Hey, there we go.
So for the inner corner, I'm gonna drag and drop the inner corner right here in this area. Let's handle the outer corner. I'm gonna drag
Now
and
this
drop
is
it right here, and then the straight.
Oh, this motherfucker. I gotta make prefabs on my corners. Yeah, tile map sitch. Faux show. No, I didn't want to there. All right. So now those are prefabs. I should just combine them, but whatever. Life will go on. So I need to add these to my prefab library. Probably under buildings. So there we go. Inner corner. Shit. This is gonna be backwards. No, wait, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. I bet you I'm gonna have, it's not gonna work right. So middle.
Wall, I'm gonna take and drop it right here. Okay, so now at this point we're ready.
So he took the wall. There.
To create walls. I'm going to switch to object spawn, make sure we have modular world selected. Notice we have here a modular world prefab profile. So you can have different profiles for different types of walls. Now in this particular case, I use the default profile because we're only going to be using a single profile.
Hold on, guy. Give me just a second. Let me create a floor. So we're going here, here. There we go.
In this tutorial, but if you had multiple profiles, you would first have to make sure that you're using the profile, the right profile here in this field. All right, in this particular case, the default profile is already selected. Now, what we have to do is we have to double click on a prefab in the prefab manager. Any prefab will do. It doesn't matter on which prefab you double click. The plugin will actually instantiate the straight wall piece that we have specified here. There you go. I'm going to temporarily disable the highlights by pressing space and also shift space to disable the labels. And notice that when we move the mouse around, the object is embedded inside those floor objects. So what we can do is we can either press Q or E to move the object up and down. We can also hold down Ctrl Shift and use the mouse scroll wheel. Yeah. And we can also press R to reset the vertical offset. But the best way to handle this is we can use this feature called grid snap climb. So if I check this, the hotkey is Shift C. So you can tell.
My floor, I didn't point eight my floor, so I'm going to go back to selection mode. I'm going to select everything. Damn it. All right, well, I'm going to delete everything. I'm going to redo it. You happy? So, G-spawn, floor. All right. Forgot to do this. I could just can there we go. It wouldn't let me switch pivot with the keyboard shortcut. I don't like that. Damn it. Wow, it's doing it. How do I change? Should be able to do this without that bullshit separating. Whatever. I will. We'll just extrude it out. Can I extrude from the corner? That'd be cool. No, shit. I didn't set the scale. Just making my life painful. There we go. Now I can go back to wall placement. There we go. Oh, what the shit? Guess I should finish watching
Turn this on and
the
off by pressing Shift C. If I have this checked, when I move the mouse over those floor prefabs, notice that the object will climb them, and it will also snap to the grid at the same time. And this is incredibly useful. Okay, I'm gonna press Y to rotate, and I'm gonna start from here. Left click, then left click again to add new segments. Shift plus left click to commit. And notice that it has created this nice little wall. We have everything in place here. We have...
Yeah. I'll show you how this is done. I nailed it. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I got it totally ass backwards. I see what it's doing. So like I can't go back in. Oh wait, there we go. I can't go that way. It's making me go away. And so if I shift click, yeah, I didn't set it up right, but I know how to fix my mistakes. So this is the power of, my level design has been sped up, just infinitely. And it looks so good. All right. I gotta fix the prefab. Over there. This is world items, like in the world. You can pick these up. This is the early concept of the door. It will open up. This is the very first interactable object. You can turn it on and off for red or green. These are destructible crates. This is I don't know what those are. There's just there. Yeah. So it's just stuff that I was testing before. But it's still in my environment, so I just keep forgetting to take it out. So it looks like everything's good except for the corners, right? So the corners need to be flip-flopped. So what if I do... This is not the right answer, but feels good enough. Oops. Selection. Extrude. Global. Is there a select similar? Like, that'd be really cool. All right. Now let's try it again. Nope, it's not letting me go this way. Yeah, that wasn't the answer. The answer is to fix the prefab. All right. So obviously, did my screen just shake? Like, what the fuck was that? I hit Control A and it like shaked. Oh, there's a particle in here? What in the fuck is going on? What? I'm very confused. How the fuck do I have a particle effect in here? I'm in isolation mode. Very strange. All right. Now this is going to be outer. This will be inner. Let's just see if that fixes it. For both his corners, you can see the inside of the corner straight on in the preview. My corner here is not. So I think I want to do so that's outer corner. Hey Zay, how's it going? Possibly that could be it. I wish I had a dedicated corner piece, like he's using. All right, we'll find out. How's it going, Zay? Sorry, I'm trying to get this damn wall creator, and it looks like it's plopping them down at one scale. I think. No, wait, let me see. Yeah, they are. They're coming out as one scaled. They're 180 on the rotation. Get your damn pivot right. How do I switch pivots when I'm doing this? Oh, that could be the problem too, is there we go. So if I think I create the example wrong is what's going on. Damn it, this is supposed to be my like process improvement tool. Now it's making me loathe it. So two issues, the corners aren't right and it's scaling, it's dropping them as 0.1 scale, which might be expected because, nope, that's 0.8. I feel like I'm the project manager, like, yeah, we'll just add another step in Jira. Are my examples on one scale? 0.8. Oh, right. That makes sense. So I think I just need to work in the 1.0 scale and get through this, and then because it takes this as a blueprint. Why would it? No, it should honor the scale here. Ooh, you dirty bastard, you. Oh, good call. It's 1.0. And if I edit in isolation, we got our scales. Yeah, the parent's going to be 1.0, but everybody in here's got their scaled cells. So I think that's okay. I think I'm going to I might create my corner pieces, combine them, and then redo the example. I think and I'm gonna 1.0 the example. Snap grid climb, module walls, max segment length, erase existing. Ah, that explains that. I'm gonna take a moment to think, and I'm gonna grab a snack, and I'll be right back. I'm getting hungry. One sec. So I'm gonna look over the documentation while I eat here. Object spawn. Okay. So straight wall, 0 axis. Oh, I'm eating, so I got the cam off. Can you hear me? I thought I had the mic on. Yeah, it probably does. I might try this no corners mode since I don't have dedicated corner pieces. It looks like it handles the corner. Oh shit. God damn it. Looks like it handles it. Oh, that bad. So I might try this. So that would be... This would just be the... first straight. Maybe that's all I gotta do. Oh, I gotta create a new profile, I think, actually, for that. Oh yeah, not specify. Kinda there. You know, I don't see a damn demo scene or anything. Huh. Weird. Zero rotation. I think my whole prefab was 180'd actually. Ah, bet you this comes out as a... Nope, that's a 8. Okay. Whatever. You motherfucker. Oh wait, now it's working. It's working mostly right now. There we go. Just gotta fix the corners and we're good. Oh, it doesn't even fucking matter. The materials and the example piece, it's going to honor the materials of what's on the profile. Okay. So I could have made that a lot simpler. I think I'll remake it. Because what I think is happening is, let's go back to selection mode. One, the scale on these guys is 1. And the scale on the corner pieces is getting put back to 1. And that's why it's overshooting. So if these guys would come out as 8s, and this guy... Oh, I'm going to use a half wall for the corners instead of a full wall. And then, because I do think I have a half. Yeah, half wall. And then this all should start lining up properly. So don't need that. We'll just delete. Yeah, okay. I guess I gotta do this outside of prefab. Or no, I don't. No, I don't. Might help if I put it on the same scale. There we go. Duplicate, rotate. Rotation. Go the way I want you to. Okay. Now let's see if that makes it happy. Wall base. It's all the same. The fact that my corners need to be like they are, I think, is something. I think this system may expect full corner pieces. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So that means yeah. So I think its corner system is expecting full pieces. It's from the image. Looks like these two are overlapping right here. This isn't overlapping. So I'm going to Men will spend literal hours trying to avoid actually doing level design by fiddling with tools. All right, so I think that looks exactly like the shape. So for the pieces that aren't, I'm going to just the fuck did you just do? All right. So let's create a prefab out of that. It should be named just fine now. Drag this over here. Here we go. Now we're going to go back to G-Spawn. You bastard. Whatever. You some bitch. Just a little bit. I'll figure it out, but you see something? Yeah, so that's what I just did. Did. That don't have inner and outer corners, you can do that by following these steps. So I took my prefab I just made is that. So it's got the middle straight. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, I got the namings off. So this guy should be dash. This guy should be that. Damn it. That's all I asked for is just a wall creator. Well. Yeah, that might be something to do right there. And wait, suddenly it's snapping properly every time? Yeah, it could be. Or I can just make it canon in my world. Corners of buildings extrude like that. It's just the way it's world lore right there. Whenever a feature or something I can't quite nail frustrates me, I try to explain it away with game lore. uh, well, it's because elves. You gotta have pokey corners, or else they would dominate the universe. Throws off the feng shui, keeps the monsters away. Yep, that's right. There's a lot of quality of life stuff. I'm gonna learn this tool. I'll master it. There's a lot of quality of life stuff. Like this feature right here alone, knowing that I'm lined up perfectly with this row is gonna be crazy handy. Um, I just gotta figure out the little quirks. All right, we're gonna play with something funner. Were you here earlier when we were talking about Twitch integration? I do think I'm gonna lean in or use that so players can kind of mess with your. If you're streaming the game, you can communicate from the game, and also players can vote and kind of manipulate the world or do stuff with channel points or whatever. If you have it on, trying to think of ideas, cool ideas to use for Twitch integration. So like the companion, if I were to create like a companion AI that follows you around out there, like a dog or a human, they could use points to rename the companion to themselves, or something like that. You know, little things like that. They could have the companion or the companion to heal you or something with points, or I don't know. You know, I'm going to start thinking through those things and how I can integrate some of that stuff. I think it'd add a real fun thing, and it'd be a game that for streamers to play that, you know, involves the community too. Yep. Yep. You know what? Oh, I forgot. I got the. He's no longer forced into that one melee action. Just gonna watch this to refresh my spirits. Oh, what is that? Yeah, get rid of that log. All right, so we could go back to. I want to get a level, some level design done so bad because I want to get my Steam page made. I want to be able to create a little trailer. So that's why I was trying to mess with G-Spawn, but it's not being a G right now. All right. All right, actually I am going to do level design. So the war table, I want to work on that. Now, so what do you think? So I'm thinking about going with square tiles instead of hexagon. For a few reasons because let's see here. I like the hexagons a lot, but I think I'm going to go with squares because yeah, one, I can leverage the procedural code. Um, the creating road networks with the hex tiles though is kind of a bitch too. It's from when I tried to do it. So I need a really badass. Man, the hex tiles do look good. But with I can randomize, I can do procedural gen with my square ones. I'm sure I could figure out procedural gen with the hex tiles, but it's a I don't want to have to think in another type of grid space. Just for this one little thing. Oh yeah, that would be good. Yeah, like a bird's eye. Yeah. I do like the damn. Yeah. Yeah. Diegetic. You can see I've attempted to create the war table in separate scenes multiple times. War table main, war table master. Yeah. This one is an empty one, so did I get anywhere in any of these? So this one, I was starting off with the square pieces, and I got a grid here. Oh, okay, that's right. So I'm actually gonna use G-spawn here. I create a group, so do I want to be able to see that long ass piece? Maybe not. Wait, what is this? That's an ocean. Hold on, I think I want this guy. Yeah, I don't care about seeing all that down there. If this is going to sit on top of the war table, then yeah, I don't care. Oh, it's cool. It shows you the grid coordinates. So I'm going to do a 10 by 10 to start out. Why aren't you spawning? Oh, okay, it's because of this plane. I didn't mean. I wanted to actually. So let's do that. Actually, delete mode, working on other stuff is awesome. Actually, if you're doing level design, because I just blew away that without having to think about it. All right, so go. There we go. 10 by 10. That's gives us more. I got more room to play around with than this already. But do I want more? Do I need more? All right, so now let's spawn the grass top. Now I'm going to use the grid snap climb on this with the box. I think that was almost perfect. Wait, why is this scale different? Grass top is 1. Tube column is 1. Oh no, it's fine. This is right. Boom. Okay, G spawner is pretty badass. That's fucking handy. The shitty thing is this is not a flat piece, I think. This has got like ridges or rumples. Yep. So I don't actually want to use this piece. How the hell they do that? I guess no one's gonna notice. Well, yeah, you can see that shit. Why would they do that? Yeah, there is definitely a curve, but we shall overcome. How you gonna make square pieces that don't tile? Look at like straight up ass. Oops. So the concrete is flat, I believe. I could just green it up. Well, I say that. We got a green top. I think there's a way. Um, so that'll give me, gives me, what the hell did you do? Go back to your, um, it's going to give me, let me get off G-Spawn. It's going to give me that granular control to kind of change each piece. If this is one giant green piece, I couldn't do I couldn't link it with the roads. Oh, fuck, it's going to have to match that green. Oh, fuck. Yeah, yeah. But I do have a, I hate the grass piece for this set. I'm gonna have to open it. I'm gonna fix it in Blender. Fuck it. So let's do that. Oh no, that's a prefab. I want the mesh. Give me your mesh. Okay. Are you gonna do it? Oh, that's what I thought. Blender's so weird sometimes. So I gotta import it. That's right. That's right. Models. What was it called? Tile cube green grass. All right. I hate when they do this shit. Like, the seam, it's fine in the middle, but don't do it on the seams, man. Like, why? So let's go to side view. Let's go into edit mode. We're going to go to X-ray view. And what we're going to do is we're going to take all these vertices right up here at the top, and we're going to make their Y, or we're going to set their, we're going to move them GY0. Or no, is it scale Y0? No. So scale Z0. There it is, Z0. Okay. Boom. Now we got a nice flat surface. Because it's flat, we don't need all this extra geometry. So what I can do, I'm gonna go to bird's eye view, face select mode, select all the faces. I guess I already got them. Yeah, pretty much. Like I could, that's actually what I probably should do, is just create a cube and get it sized up the same. So Control A, or is it Shift A? Yeah, here we go. So G, Z. Scale X. So way to get that perfect. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now, actually let me do the Z that way too. So GZ, Z. And then scale X, hold control, boom, commit, bird's eye view, actually, bottom view, scale Y, control, commit, and now we want to scale X, no Z, control, actually, hold on. I want to scale from a different pivot, so I'm going to set origin. Where the hell are you at? Scale Z. Oh yeah, that's right. 3D cursor. That's what I want. Scale Z. There we go. Control. Click commit. And now I've got a cube. Oh, fuck me. I added it to that. No, I added it to that geometry. Or that object. I still got selected, so maybe I can separate it. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. That is it. Now, this is... So I'm going to cut it with Control R, or I'm going to loop cut. Tab, edit mode. Oh shit, I still don't have my camera on. Hold on just a sec. All right, there we go. So now I'm going to cut it in half. Come on, there we go. So now I put a cut there for the texture. So this is the annoying part. Because I didn't use export FBX, I'm editing this mesh directly. All the UV information is gone since I switched meshes. The UV, I gotta re-UV it. Now, there's a cool feature in Blender. I doubt this is gonna work, but I'll try it. External data, find missing files, and go to where I was recently. And hit find. Ah, okay. Well, oh well. So they had a PSD that they were using for this model. So I need to go here. And now I've given it the texture that it has in here. So if I go click on this grass boy, oh, I gave him a different material. Fuck, I gotta fix that. Well, anyway, if I can, this is a better example. It's got Mini City. Mini City has the texture of what I thought, yeah, that. So that's the texture it's using in Unity. So I went and found it. So now I'm going to go to UV editor. In my edit mode, yeah. So I'm going to talk, I'm going to go to face select, sideways. Oh, that didn't work like I wanted. I'm going to pick the top faces. And the way this is, instead of an unwrapped texture where you paint in like all the details and stuff, I'm using vertex or UV coloring. I think it's UV colors. So over here in the UV editor, you've got your UV coordinates that correspond to these faces. So if I go into face select, I can grab this one and I can move it around. Oh, should be able to. Yeah. And it will, let me get into shaded mode. Now you see it's moving the, this is how the UVs map to the texture, right? But I'm using these color palettes. So basically for all these ones I got over here, I'm gonna select all of the vertices. I'm gonna hit A to select all the vertices in vertice mode. S0, hit enter. Now I'm gonna hit G, and I'm gonna move it to a good green color that I like. Make sure, if you hate the green color I picked, please speak up. So the bottom of the cube is going to be dirt. It's just not UV'd yet. So I selected the top, and then now I've squashed their UVs and I'm coloring the top. I'm going to do the exact same on the bottom. All right, I'm going to go with that one. Hold on a sec. Actually, they actually have, okay, so, okay, I was doing that wrong. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to drop this here. That's the green. Now, we're going to select these faces on the side. These actually, I'm not going to squash. I'm going to restore them. So they're already squashed down to a point. Yep, that's for the sides. Yep, I just realized that. So the UVs I got squashed. So I'm just going to UV unwrap. Yeah, UV cube. That's fine. So I'm gonna grab this one, G it down here, line it up, scale it. GX to move it. That's not going to be perfectly on grid, so I'm going to have to. Oh, shit. Z. Oh, it's control. I'm sorry. So now that side should... There we go. So you got that look, and I'm just going to repeat the same thing for all of them. Honestly, should have done the second side. If there's a way I can... So grab this. Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to grab this faces. G. You can use the directional keys too, I believe, to... So G and then just start tapping. G. Dot, dot, dot. It's kind of hard on a texture because there's no... The texture isn't conforming to a grid blender nose, right? So there is, I think there is snapping though. So I should be able to, well, when I hit control, it's snapping. G control, but it's snapping differently. Let me see if I can hit Alt or Shift. I was hoping I could snap to this vertex. Oh, wait, no, wait, I know what I do. Watch this. Get it close. No, I don't know how. We'll just get... I wish there was like a... I think I can copy position. Straighten, align. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's see if we can do this. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. Gonna drive me nuts. G dot. There we go. Z control. Oh my gosh, why did I do that? I think my best bet is to use... So this kind of sucks. I shouldn't have... Well, I lost it, but basically, yeah, it sucks. I'm going to try to get it as best I can. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to grab these two. I'm going to merge. No, I don't want to merge. I just want to align. There we go. Now I'm going to hit G and then use the directional keys to kind of get as good as I can get it. Oh, this sucks. And no one's going to notice this, so I don't need to be this big a stickler, but... Now I can say... I can select these... So I'm going to select these. Nice. So the original one you select, the operation will be carried out. It'll be used as the... Oh wait, shit. Did that do the exact opposite I was hoping? Yeah, okay, I had it backwards. Regardless, they're both off. All right. Actually, I don't even think I'm supposed to be getting it that close. Son of a bitch. Anyway, I'm just gonna get it in there and we'll be good. No one's gonna see this. I'm way spending too much time on this. There we go. Actually, yeah, that way I don't need to line up to the edge. I'll just get inside and be good. That's what I'll do. All right. There we go. All right. I made that way harder than it should have been. That's just on me. So now I've gotten both, and I should have done both sides at the same time, and it would have made my life easier. So now I'm gonna actually, R90, yep, G, there's a way to copy the UV coordinate positions and paste them. Just know it. Vertex snap. There's got to be like a vertex snap. Snap. Cursor. To selected to origin. Snap selected vertices to target type. I don't know. I've almost got it fixed, so I'm just gonna keep trudging. And you hit dot on the keypad to kind of get to your whatever you got selected real quick. Oh, it's upside down, so I need to rotate 180. Oh. Oops, I got to select all. There we go. Okay, the top is restored. Oh, motherfucker. I didn't need to cut this in half. I didn't need to cut this in half. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to dissolve X, dissolve faces. Didn't work. Then we're going to go to edge select mode and control click. Wait. Should be selecting all the sides. No, I know I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this wrong. Oh, I know what I'll do. So I'm gonna go to side view. I'm gonna select the middle vertices like this. I'm going to G, control, click them down like that. And then I'm gonna select them all again. Oh wait, I gotta go, ah shit, hold on. I gotta be in X-ray mode. So control Z or Alt Z. And then G, control them down. Now I'm gonna select every, am I in X-ray mode? Yes, I was. Okay. And I'm gonna select everybody here, and I'm gonna merge by distance. Or at center. No, merge by distance. Yep. So now I've only got, oops, I knew I was fucking missing something. All right. We're in X-ray mode. We're going to get these guys, or just the two in the middle. And what's cool is this, the UVs automatically adjust doing it this way. Yeah, I got everything. Now I'm going to do it again. Merge by distance. All right. Now, that shouldn't have took me as long as it did, but you know, whatever. We now have a flat boy. All right. So basically, because the UVs are mapped to this texture, even though what I'm going to do is I'm going to export to the mesh to the FBX and override what's there. Unity is going to pick it up. The material that's already on there in the scene is going to map back to this texture. So everything should be fine, I believe. Famous last words. Tile ramp, tile hex, tile cube. Just so we can see the change whenever we come back to Blender. So, or come back from Blender. In Unity right now, here's the mesh for this guy. I'm going to hit export. And now it's straight flat. There we go. That's how you do Blender to Unity. Now that's going direct to FBX mesh editing. And I fucked up the UVs, so I had to fix it. But if you use the export, like you select a prefab and you do export to FBX or whatever, you get all the textures and stuff over in Blender pretty easily. But I went to the shading tab and I found the texture and reassigned it. And then I fix the UVs without having to. The shady part is when you export to FBX like that and it goes into Blender, the materials are in there, and when you export back out, the materials that are signed in the UVs are part of the Blender file, the FBX file actually. So like I have my everything tune shaded and stuff. I'm using custom stuff that I can't get inside a Blender to tune shade, so I can't my tune shade material doesn't transfer back and forth. So for it's best for me to edit the mesh. Yeah, instead of that other process, but so anyways, now we got a nice flat ground. I'm going to continue to rotate these real quick. This whole the selection mode, man, I can just hit Y and rotate stuff real easily like this. This is just amazing. The amount of mouse clicks and dicking around this saves me is a lot. All right. So we have our platform um, for the square war table beginnings. The fuck. That's right. I got to redo all this, don't I? So G-spawn. I want object placement mode. Cube. I also need to refresh the previews. That should now be a flat one. Yep. Okay. So hit enter. Boom. Okay, so now we have our individual tiles. So what I'd like, what would be really cool is these things don't have that weird edge shit issue and makes me cry because I gotta fix them all. And they fucking have that weird edge shit issue. Motherfucker. Why does everything require work? Why does things take effort? Uh, hmm. That's right. That's right. Hmm. Let's see here. So what I could do is just abandon. I could design my own ground, make everything flat, and like do textures, or road textures, and that. Or I could rework these pieces. Really, all I would need to do is take all the vertice, every corner vertice would match up. Everyone flushes out to the corner vertice, and I think this would be okay. And there's not that many of them, but there's just enough to suck. Or actually, hold on. Do the city ones, are they flat? Because I can just convert the cities to grasses or duplicate. Yeah. So the city road pieces appear to be flat. Yep. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do here is, what am I going to do? Oh, fuck that. Yeah, no, I'm just going to use these, and then the grass can be wherever it is. There just won't be any grass on these guys. This will be sidewalk or something. That again, I'm using world lore to get out of work. All right, so I want. Let's We'll stick with the little roads for now, I think. So there's I don't think I want grid snap climb here. Or I do. Do I? Yeah, I do. There's a way to make it replace. Object, skip chance, avoid volume. I guess I can just delete the roads and then place them. So you gotta be careful with that delete. Am I gonna random make this? Oh, I'm just trying to get a world map for demo purposes. I can go crazy with world gen and shit later. That's right. That's so right. 10 by 10 doesn't feel big enough. Why doesn't it feel big enough? Because it's not. Fucking extrude comes in clutch, it doesn't it? It's beautiful. So what did I extrude that by? That was whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That was not my intent. It was this. This was my intention. Means I gotta do more lineup, but whatever. Yeah, just being able to extrude freaking parts of your level is fucking an amazing ability to have. Like, oh, so nice. Even if I gotta go down here and duplicating, I won't have to do all this Y shit, but yeah. Just the few quality of life improvements this tool brings to editing. Already just, yeah, I don't want to not have to have it. Just like Kindergarten Cop, I will never not want to have it. You know what? If that's going to require me to, one of them's just going to have to be fucked up. I'm not, yeah, I'm not worrying about that. Are you fucking shitting me? Again, I'm just going to live with it. You guys will know my sins. You will know that seam. All right. But now do I want to gradually offset it as it goes into the back? Or do I want it flat? The flat is going to be more readable on the table, and then you go that like bird's eye view, it's going to work better. The elevation, I think I'll work it flat, and then if I need elevation once I get it into the bunker, I can adjust it there probably. So now road network. think I'm going to use the double lanes. Let's see here. I hate when Unity does that. Like you're flying up to something and then it pauses for a second and then like all of a sudden you're like 5 miles past the damn thing. It's not because I'm a speed demon. That's really touchy. Everything I should be doing right now should be in efforts to get my damn trailer and so I can get my Steam page. Gotta do that. Gotta do it. All right. So I deleted my top. I'm going to double click. There's no really T pieces for the double highway, so yeah, it can be. Yeah. So let's go 1. Oh, that one's big. What is that thing? Oh, I think this is one I was attempting to rework. Yeah, it is. It is. Oops. Those labels suck. Yeah, this is really helpful. The tool or G-spawner is really nice. No, it's a T. Because I can easily know I'm lined up, and then I can hit Y to rotate. go. It gets us a road network. Man, the hexagons are cool though. All right, I'm gonna go fill my water cup. I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna start putting some razzle dazzle in here. Um, okay. Uh, so I was actually working on a particle for that. I don't know if you saw it. Did I do it? What did I do? Did I put it? FX. Um, I don't know if I prefabbed it, but it actually looks pretty cool. So it's because unfortunately it's a circle, so I need to find a way to make it square. Look, well, I don't know. Circle might work out here. Where's that? Yeah. Um, so this wall appears on the outside, and it's gonna filter from black to like blood red or something. It should do it. But when you're inside the level, or it's kind of like a border. Um, but yeah, great minds think alike. Now it's going red. There it is. See? You mean the war table one? Yeah, so yeah, I could do that same exact thing on it. And I even thought about making it to where it is just a section of the game world, right? And I can use the wall. You got the fog on the outside. Um, and if you can navigate the world map and like you can hit left or right, and all the tiles here, it'll render. This is a small piece of the war table, and you actually can zoom or scroll through it. So like you can like click this way and go like that. I thought about making it to where, yeah, essentially. And that way it's. But then I could be dope if I could zoom out and the tiles got smaller, but man, that'd be so much work. Um, but I am thinking about that. But yeah, like a border, the foggy border would be really good. Oh, the fog of war. No, the fog of war one is a little overkill when it comes to its world border, but it is a square and it'll fog it up but it'll do it infinitely, and everything in the bunker would get affected too, I think. If I made the war table scene a separate little thing, that would give me a little more creative freedom too on that. But one second, I'm gonna grab a water. Alrighty, alrighty. Alright, so shit, I got a problem. So I should have been using the default parent while I was doing this, but I messed up. So create empty. So you can right click and set as default parent in Unity, and everything you spawn in after that will go right into this game object instead of everything else. So it's pretty handy, if you know. The more you know, the more that you know. How did he say he shift B? Those labels are not really helpful. Yeah, I try. uh, oops. Oh, wait. I think gspawner also has this auto categorizer that'll help order your hierarchies and shit. But I don't know. I'll look at that feature later. Oh, I'm in delete mode. All right, so I got me a nice little looking road. It ain't the best road, mama, but it's a road. I don't have a four-way, do I? Yeah, I do. Okay, I want to create a four-way situation. Do it here, or I could do it here. Actually, I think here. Hexagons are cool. They're cool. Or I could do water. Like You know, it'd be amazing if the erase mask is gone again. Oh well. Props, scatterbrush, curve, physics. There should be a replace with, like a, you can pick it and then you can draw and it'll swap it out. Like, that'd be amazing. I actually wrote a script for that. So it's called, I wrote this, it's replace with prefab. And you can select, so like here, I'll get out of G-Spawn. I'm going to select a bunch of these. No, yeah, like that. And then I'm going to grab this water prefab here and drop it. Does it got to be in the scene? I can't do a prefab. Oh, that's not the project window. I'm dumb. There it goes. And then I hit replace and boom. So I'm sitting there like, oh, I want this tool, and I've got it. I made it already. All right. It's a very pretty interface, as you can see. It has a lot to take in. It has no explanation, but it works. Should I do water? I'll do water outside of it, or like kind of like this in the front. I'm not going to take a precious real estate for water, or am I? I'm not. I'm not. Is there a way to only select what's visible when you drag a cursor? Or wait, what am I doing? I want to use these big highway pieces, but they don't, there's only 2 of them, and they don't fucking, I can only create corners and straightaways. And I can't break into like the little roads from them. So I'm going to stop dicking with that idea. All right. We're back with that 4-way idea. Now it appears that maybe I'm wrong, but let me see. Despawn. Why in the fuck is that grass? I don't have a 4-way city? Ooh, fuckers. That was my 4-way city, and I did this to myself. I could recover that. No, I started to convert it. I started to convert this to different, to look grungier like that. And I over, you know, I messed up that T piece now, but that's what it was. It had it. It had it. So I can delete this and re-import the package and just grab that one piece and get it back. Is probably what I'd do. Gonna do. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I don't need to delete it. I'll just re-import it. No, I'll deselect everything. So you can cherry pick, unlike Unreal, where you gotta take the whole damn thing. I'm 100% sure of that, but I do have this open just in case. So I'm going to say none. So I basically took it from me too. I usually am too, but done it so much. It should work. Famous last words. Now this is Concrete 2. Oh, when did I didn't realize there's a preview. That's cool. All right. So if we scroll back up, collapse everything. We just have prefabs. We just have tiles. We just have cube. We just have concrete 2. There we go. We're business. We're in business. And business is good. So I've got to figure out why I can't, Alt R is not working, because that would make the G spawn workflow so much better. Preferences. Because if I don't have to select it out of the, whatchamacallit, hierarchy every time, it'll just speed me up. Isn't there a way to look for conflicts or something? Yeah, right here. So there is a conflict. Usually there's like a conflict resolution screen. All right, Control Alt R. Let's just make him happy. So now deselect it. Ooh, yeah. Fuck yes. I'm a keyboard shortcut freak. I love them. Transfer plugin selection. Oh, okay. So Alt T would get me out of. So I'm in G spawner mode. I can't deselect, right? And I can Alt T and I'm out. Alt T and I'm back in. Sweet. Okay. All right. Now that that's all just, figured out, let's put a 4-way in. Whoops. Three, delete, oops. Now we're going back to module. I wish there's a way to like eyedropper. You could eyedropper a piece on here and instantly that be your, what you're painting. So I could eyedrop like the road and then paint down here. But I don't think, I don't see it. So we'll just live without. Oh, I'm not in box mode. Okay, so I got a decent road network here. Gotta make it cool. Gotta make it cool. Square is just not as cool as octagon, though. Or hexagon. Hmm. Fuck. Shift space doesn't seem to work right and whenever I'm in this, so shift space usually maximizes the current window I'm on, but when I'm in G spawn, it doesn't quite do the same. Erg. So now to find some buildings or some props and things. So this is on the war table map. The buildings not being modular is more ideal. So the set pieces for it are going to be more generic. They can be set as single static mesh. Now let's look at, so this is a 1-to-1 scale, and to get this to fit in our square cube here. Now that doesn't mean that an object couldn't occupy more than one, so this could be like a 4-piece. But if each one of these was a point of interest that you could go to, then this being a single POI, let's just make it fit. So 0.2, it's probably too small. Yeah. Another really handy thing, see that was it was down in the ground like that. If you control shift and you click right in the middle of your gizmo, it'll grab and snap to ground. So control shift is snap to ground. Control shift, click and drag, snap to ground. So 0.2 scale is pretty good for this. I would like to be... Now I don't want to use any of the buildings that I've got that are just static meshes already too. That's another problem I have. I want to kind of make my own. Or again, use modular pieces to build my own, and then I could combine the mesh. Yeah, that could very well could. You could have road battles. Yeah, like, so obviously the scale is going to be, because of this being like this, normal scales don't come into play quite as much. Well, there's some leeway. Wait, how big is that compared to what's over here? So Control Alt F, Control Shift drag. So that's pretty good for that piece. This one probably be bigger than it is, but let's hit Control Save just in case. For now, we'll just use some of these, but again, once I retexture and I'm gonna remodel, but for now, oh, this is gonna be something. Well, no, if it's a city block, then yeah, okay. If it's a city block, I don't want grass under it, maybe. Yeah. Like the downtown commercial areas there won't be grass tiles, the residential. Man, the hexagon, I don't know, man. This one looks so much cooler. I don't know, I'm just trying to picture this sitting on the table in the bunker. That's probably a better size. Yeah. That is true. That is true. It does. It does. So what I thought about doing is working from this corner and just rippling, going, clicking, and then raising the height a little bit as it goes back. Um, mm, see, that's the bitch, is I gotta be able to select the stuff below it, and I can't. You need like X-ray mode in Blender, like where I can click stuff through stuff sometimes. Oh, what to do? Hexagon is cool. Oh, I guess I don't need to have them underneath the... I guess I only need them where the elevation changes enough that you can tell. Ah, the hex. Oh, hex. You have a hex on me. It just, I mean, looking at the two, can the tiled one be as good if it just had some height? And again, the tiled one allows me to do tile grid stuff, so I could eventually randomize it easier. Where, well, yeah, yeah, totally can. What was it doing? Yeah, that's true. I got... I think these three I'll leave like residential with grass under the buildings, and then the rest over here will be paved or like this. Which means I might need a second mesh. You're saying this doesn't look as good as this? Is that what you're telling me? This masterpiece of level design? I think you need to check again. I think Kojima's knocking at my door over this. You know what I mean? Oh, BG City 1. I'll rearrange those whenever I finalize the viewing angle. God, this is where I suck so bad, man. I am the worst at level design. Well, I'm not. I mean, I can do it. I just, damn it. I wish I had, like my one friend. We used to make games and shit as a kid. He's really artistic, and he's any level editor, Minecraft, whatever. If you can build in it, he creates some amazing shit. Trying to get him to do level design for me, really bad. It's just like I can piece systems to get together all day long, but looking at this and molding it, yeah, it's probably a good idea. So what I need to do is I'm gonna have to raise it up in the back, I think. There's just no cool way to get a nice angle and see everything, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Mm. I'm gonna toilet it. It just you gotta just start putting shit down at some point. 6, 7. Yeah, no, come back here. No. What are you doing? Oh, you're shitting me. So Unity selection, can't click on these dudes, right? I can't click these guys. I gotta click them in the hierarchy. And I think it's due to the shader and how thin they are. Oh shit, hold on. Oh no, what's going on? Why can't I control Z you out? You bastards. So that's one thing I don't like. I think when you go to snap to grid and you come back, well, one, it looks like it's not honoring default parent, even though I still have that set. So there's got to be a way to tell gspawn what the default parent object is, most likely. Yeah, I'm going to try to duplicate this because I'm pretty sure I'm right. Okay. Get my selection back. So if I do so I hit D. No, stay where you were. See it. There's some weirdness there. So what I'll do is one, two, 2.5, 2.5. Just call it 5. And we'll work. Actually, let's see how much that is. Now the bitch is 2. Do I have ramps for this? I think I do. Tiles, cubes, ramps. There we go. Yeah, so I thought about that. Because it would be pretty easy. But I got to figure out the height difference to put the ramp in. So like I was to raise this guy up, put the ramp, raise this guy up and get the ramp, figure out how the ramp is going to work, and that's going to let me know more. Because I don't, because of the road network, well, I guess I could just adjust the road network after I adjust them. I did think about writing a script that started here, and as it increased the height as it worked its way out towards here, like that. But what am I thinking? Yeah, let me check. Let me just figure out the ramp thing real quick, and I'm probably gonna try to write something. So that was 5. This is 2.5. I'm gonna take this guy. Yes. What? Why is that so small? Snap to grid, then scale. Yeah, still didn't quite get it. So let's do 2.5. 1. 2.6. No, it was when I pulled it out, it was tiny. Like they're really tiny. So I got to figure out how to match them up to these guys. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh wait. I see what they're doing. The road matches see, they know the measurements. It's probably one. It's per unit. Like so, this is probably 2 compared to. Yeah, so it's up by 1. It looks like. Yeah. Now I'm probably trying to make this match. This doesn't make sense the way I'm doing it, but it wouldn't have a sidewalk otherwise. Like, where's the sidewalk coming from? Yeah, the Hex has got better, like, slopes, I think. Or wait, that one, if this has got it. Okay, wait. This is what I'll do. Oh, this is for height, so you. See, that's what I meant by the vertex snapping here. It's not the greatest. There we go. And then, what was that piece? That was 7, 8. No. No, that's not right. That's like a fucking ramp. I'm not connecting the dots here properly. I don't know. Different elevations, but that one's lined up right. So if I can V snap right there. Okay. That works. And then I'd probably just dip it back a little bit. Well, maybe not. So duplicate. And then I would raise up. I don't know. No one's gonna notice that. That's kind of how it works. So I can, if I don't scale the pieces up, I can start lowering the slope probably that much at a time. Again, is it going to be as clear? We'll see. Now what I would do right now is I would raise this guy up to here. And then I'm going to select all of it down through here. Bring it up to this level. Fuck, I don't know. I can just start randomizing the heights. Like once I've got the two corners here kind of elevated, and then I can just kind of trickle the heights down as I need with the roads. Maybe or something. Give it kind of a natural feel instead of just a straight decline. I hate this right here though. Actually, it makes me think I should raise it up more until the gray touches the gray. This is why you always use ortho for these tasks. The one in the back, I'm just going to have to deselect. Okay, I didn't get it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's why they're built like that, probably. They got that divot. I wonder. Right there. Well, did I get it? I don't... I mean, you can. Another reason vertex snapping is amazing. I know there's a vertice right there I can hit. So I'm gonna just... Boom. There we go. Yeah, I'm just not sure how they're 100% wanted you to do that. Because now the road piece looks weird. Oh, that's why I enjoy programming more than level design. Where we're going, we don't need connecting roads. Yeah, I do think I'm gonna sketch out, maybe just sit back and then hover cars, no wheels, new lore unlocked. How did you come up with your universe? Oh, I just kept running into fucking roadblocks in development. The engine limitations is defining my world rules. It's not my laziness. All right. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. And I should have, while I was using G spawner, if I wanted to really tile this, I should have been like raising it up using that as I should have been extruding and raising as I went back, and I'd have a really natural thing. So I may try that, but again, I got my roads down. And yeah, I'm gonna hit the paper or Photoshop, one of the two. I think I'm gonna run and eat dinner, and then I will be back on probably here in a little bit, but I think I'm gonna go out and eat tonight. So I will talk to you guys later. It's been fun hanging. This is G Spawn. We're testing its limits. All right. Yep. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, same here. Yeah, that's another reason I gotta try to be responsible. All right, later, man. Yeah, thank you. Talk.